Thank you, dear colleagues. We are beginning our annual conference about smart specialization, dialogue for regional transformation. Our annual event, we are conducting it for the second time according to the outcome of how we are moving on, where we can find ourselves and what plans we have, what is ongoing with smart specialization in Ukraine. Now I'd like to give the floor to the partners of the conference, Deputy Minister for Development of Economy, Trade and Agriculture of Ukraine. I do hope he's already with us. Mr. Alexander Romanishin. Yes, hello. Yeah, we can hear you. Hello, Mr. Alexander. Good day, dear colleagues and dear participants. So please, we're giving the floor to you. Yes, esteemed participants, I'm sincerely welcoming you at this event, and I'd like to open the conference and to wish all of you fruitful hours of this conference, and to emphasize that the implementation of the approach of smart specialization exactly has become a very powerful push for the development of the European Union. So now we are implementing this approach in Ukraine, and we are expecting that such step will approximate Ukraine to the European community. I'd like to remind you that in November 2018, the government of Ukraine has approved the changes and amendments to the legislation which foresee the strategic planning of the regional development, taking into consideration such a European approach. And such approach takes into account the unique advantages of each of the regions, especially during the definition of the strategic goals of the development of each region. So it gives us an opportunity to use not only the traditional statistical methods, but also to involve in this discussion of those priorities a very vast circle of the representatives of business, science, education, and, well, in fact, of the authorities. And during the last 2 years, the regions have conducted a very huge piece of work of the preparation of regional strategies, of the development according to the principles of smart specialization. Those strategies have been developed for a very long period. And in this work, we've involved the representatives of the European community, the European experts, with the help of the regional teams. They helped the regional teams to launch and implement those approaches on smart specialization. So with the aim of coordination of the process and the development of the regional strategies and the provision of methodological help, we, the Ministry for Development of Economy, the General Directorate of the European Commission, and together with the Center, we've conducted several online and offline events, meetings, and other meetings. So with the support of this center, the representatives of all of the regions have had the proper training. So as for now, we already have 21 adopted regional strategy of the development, which has been developed according to the principles of smart specialization. As an example, I will give you the 2 cases. For instance, the Lviv region, as a priority direction of economic activity, we are considering such developments as bioeconomy, creative industries, industry branches with the high value added, machine building, pharmaceuticals, equipment building, the healthcare and medical branch. In Vinnytsia region, we have defined the following priorities: the development of the treatment industry and so-called medical tourism, agro-technologies and their implementation with the use of the IT innovations. That is why it's important to understand that the approach of smart specialization in the regional development is gradually new, and the work is ongoing in this direction, in this trend. Every expert is researching the selected types of economic activities to implement certain projects which will have positive impact onto the development of the regions. So today we have an opportunity to have the certain first conclusions of the implementation of smart specialization and also to consider some of the further common steps. And among the main issues, I'd like to mention the priorities we'd like to mention and to discuss today. First of all, is the lack of the mechanism of the targeted financing and funding of the processes of the regional development according to the principles of smart specialization. Secondly, the lack of the methodological base, which has to be the basis for the regions when they define smart specialization principles and innovative potential. And the third, the necessity to provide the coordination of the process at the state level, the implementation of smart specialization. That's why, with the aim to provide this type of coordination, the Ministry is developing the draft decree, and we will create some methodological recommendations of the definition of smart specializations for the regions. We've already sent this draft to all the stakeholders. So, among the main tasks of our ministry are in particular the ongoing process of the integration of Ukraine into the European platform, the implementation of the methodology of the European Commission to define smart specialization, and also the implementation of state support of the projects which were selected by the regions. So, solving those issues will help the common interaction of the ministry, regional teams, and our European partners. I sincerely thank you for your attention, and I wish all of us to have a sustainable discussion, fruitful work during those 2 days of our conference. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alexander. I thank you. So I'd like to mention that today at the conference we have more than 200 people registered, so I'm happy that such a little friendly family of smart specialization is expanding with a bigger number of participants. I do remember how we began, and by the way, that now we are present in iHub, and I do remember that in 2017 there was one of the events taking place here, which was conducted by the Ministry of Economy connected with the cluster policy, and here we even then could hear the issues how we can develop smart specialization, which type it should be, and how we need to implement it in Ukraine. Taking into account that 3 years passed, we have something to boast and we have something to remember and to plan further. So when we began smart specialization, we sometimes could just have a certain mix of notions, whether smart specialization is the same as smart city. Someone compared smart specialization to smartphones or smart vehicles. So I'm happy that those discussions are now in the history, and I'm not afraid to mention that in each region we have begun the dialogue when the representatives of the business and science and authorities, that they all understand that smart specialization is not weird or incomprehensive, it's a very precise algorithm which allows to forecast and to plan the work on the innovative development of economy involving all the key stakeholders, involving first and foremost business, science and power as 3 key players and stakeholders who analyze, forecast and create the plan together how to implement this plan. So what the smart specialization is about? First of all, it's about the dialogue, it's about trust, it's about the trust for all of the sides, about the competitive advantages and what could be the development of our economy and innovative development of economy during the following 5 to 10 years. It's not about used to be working, about obsolete ways which is not working anymore. It's not about saving the branches which do not provide value added, which are not competitive. It is about the stronger players, stronger branches, stronger scientific and academic communities in different regions which are capable to sit at the table together and to define together how we are moving on, which we should fill our branches with. So this was a very important step which we could define according to the methodology of the European Union, having conducted the qualitative and quantitative analysis basing upon the statistical data, the real situation at the places. We managed to define the list of the branches according to which we can find the priorities of the smart specialization. We'll mention about that later during the first panel discussion. Our conference will go on for 2 days. Within the conference, we are planning to emphasize and to mention how smart specialization looks like in the European Union. As in the European Union, this policy is also a horizontal one. It combines the priorities of different strategies of the European Union, and it foresees synchronization of the directorate, which deals with innovations and certain joint research center, and the directorate of the regional policy. And as for Ukraine, which is not a member of the EU, it's important that we have some other tools and different toolkit of different policies. I thank our colleague from the Ministry of Economy who mentioned about the development of the horizontal coordination at the national level. We are also planning to focus upon this topic, how we can combine and synchronize different strategies in Ukraine to get value added and to move on. And also, today we'll have a panel discussion where we'll have the representatives of the region teams of smart specialization who will tell what stage they achieved, which level they are at, how do they develop and conduct the process of entrepreneurial discovery. And there will be a separate topic tomorrow. The topic for tomorrow is the strengthening of the scientific and academic component, the component connected with higher education, with altogether this education as it is, how we can include them into the process of smart specialization. This year, in spite of the lockdown, which a bit, suspended the processes connected with the entrepreneurial discovery, as the development of the priorities foresees live meetings, to a certain extent the lockdown slowed down this process. But in spite of that, we can see that this is not just one of the ideas, one of the topics which is integrated in Ukraine, which came to us because of the signing of the association agreement, but we can see different processes and projects involved. We can see projects connected with their update and pre-preparation of the stuff, connected with the policy, of the vocational training. And also we can see that the smart specialization includes the environments which are dealing with the development of the cluster policy, who tell us about the Industry 4.0. So the process of smart specialization begins to achieve the goals, those dreams which we meant in 2016 and 17, knowing that it's not just one of the tasks, it's not just one of the topics, but it's just a huge structured base of work, which foresees the participants of all of the line sectoral ministries, which foresees the participants of all of the stakeholders and employers and trade unions and representatives of the business, of the academic community, and also the representatives of the Institute of the Academy of Sciences, to synchronize as much as we can those advantages which we can find in the economy, how we can develop economy in an innovative way. And finally, I'd like to mention that when we began to implement smart specialization, we faced the situation that our colleagues from the European Union said, okay, let's do something together. Let us see how we can create those chains of value added. And the first question was, what are your priorities of smart specialization? What do you like to focus upon? Is this the cross-border cooperation? Is this the international support? Or is this the cooperation between the regions projects, interaction between the academics and scientists within Horizon 2020, or maybe the SME support programs? We are always facing that we had the question, what are your priorities? Let's make a systematic approach. If we create agriculture, let us look which innovations we have, how we can see the development of the agriculture. If we speak about the wood processing branch, let us speak about wood processing for those resources, those funds, opportunities and efforts which each of us has, for us not just to disseminate them into different directions, but just to understand precisely what we'd like to achieve and why we need that. So during today and tomorrow, we will provide this kind of a cut-through and we'll provide the dialogue, the discussion, how we are moving on, whether this glass is half empty or half full, and how quickly we'll fill it up with the water. Thank you, and now I'd like to give the floor to the moderator. You know her very well. That is Nino Domenia, our colleague. who knows all of the representatives in all of the regions, and who used to be this driver and an active initiator, the support and the processes in the Ministry of Economy, working in the support group for the reforms. So now I give all the rights of moderation to Nino, and then we will communicate according to the topic connected with such an umbrella, the policy of the EU. I'm really happy that we are joined by the colleagues from the European Commission. So please, Nino, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Rostislav. I welcome all the participants of our today's meeting. It's such a pity that we cannot see each other offline personally, but it's a wonderful opportunity to communicate again. We remember that last year this conference brought a very nice discussion, and it was a very nice substantiation to go on with our work. But unfortunately, as Rostislav has mentioned above, we have some of the changes introduced because of the lockdown restrictions, and the possible work in the regions was not that active as we had hoped to, but fortunately, in lots of the regions, the work still gone on, and we have lots of nice examples how we can change our plans and to try to suit to the conditions surrounding us. So, as smart specialization, in fact, as an approach, how we can use the opportunities which we have for today to use them for our own use and to gain the maximum result, to use our potential to the most. So now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Monika Matusiak, who for lots of years is cooperating with Ukraine, who supports us together with her team of the General Directorate of the Regio and European Commission in all of our beginnings, who deal with this and they curate our work on the approach of smart specialization. So please, Monika, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can I ask to be allowed to share my screen?
Do we have an opportunity to give such rights to Monika? We do apologize for some of the technical issues. Sometimes it happens during the online events, unfortunately.
Maybe I will start. Meanwhile, I just wanted the presentation for the easier understanding of what I want to mention. So first of all, yeah, thank you very much for inviting us. As Rostislav and Nino have mentioned at the very beginning, we have been. Is it okay? No, just I can share. Oh, I think it should be visible now. So yeah, so we have been present in the dialogue and then activities in Ukraine from the very early stage in 2016, and then with quite some intensification starting in 2018. So I try to share with you my perspective on how the process is developing, how it compares to other countries in the EU enlargement and neighborhood region, and a few words about the challenges that we face now and possible next steps. My name is Monika Matusiak. I have a pleasure to lead a team on smart specialization in EU enlargement and neighborhood region. And just to show you a little bit what we mean by that, we have now smart specialization present in all the three parts of EU neighborhood, in the Eastern Partnership, in the Western Balkans, and in the Southern neighborhood. If we look at the Eastern neighborhood, that obviously we will focus on more today, we have two activities in a Joint Research Center that support smart specialization. First of all, is our own institutional action that is called Enlargement and Integration Action, where we work with all Eastern Partnership countries. We also cooperate with DG REGIO, that is our main partner also for EU member states, in a stream of work that's called S3P East, that focuses especially on Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. So this will be the scope of our activities in the Eastern Partnership. At the moment, there are 6 countries in the EU Eastern Partnership, and 5 of those have expressed formal interest in applying smart specialization. If we go back a little bit to the history of smart specialization in Ukraine, I think many of you have been there, and I recognize many names and sometimes faces. For us, from our perspective, the moment when the work started being really intensive was after the meeting we had late in the year in 2017, after which we have planned to intensify activities with Ukrainian regions. At the beginning, there was 3 pilot regions chosen for our work: Odessa, Zaporozhye, and Kharkiv. We had a series of very intensive meetings with the national team in Kiev and the 3 regions in September 2019. This was also a time when Ukraine decided how to proceed with smart specialization, which for us is very important because beyond Europe, beyond European Union, smart specialization is taken up on voluntary basis. So it means that we need to find in each country we work with a legal basis. Who will adopt smart specialization? What kind of policy it will be? And obviously in Ukraine, because of the size of the country, the regional dimension is very important. It is also very important policy for European Commission in Ukraine to work on decentralization, to work on regional development. So that was the moment when we heard from our Ukrainian partners that Ukraine will develop smart specialization at the regional level. Very soon after that, the decision was taken to scale up this effort to 25 regions, to all of Ukrainian regions. And I do hope we still have in the audience today some of people who took part in this big training we had in 2019, early 2019, where all the representatives of regional administration were trained, were prepared, included in our capacity building program. And we did indeed invest quite a lot in capacity building, both at national level and regional level in Ukraine. And we considered the moment that in terms of preparation for running the process, the regional administration and the national team is well prepared and able to follow up. We have also focused, obviously, particularly at the beginning on the 3 pilot regions, where we supported a few more activities. And now, obviously, it is national government that is coordinating the work in the whole country. I would like just to underline a few specific dimensions of this process. First of all, we do distinguish preparation for running smart specialization process in kind of general terms, how to run the whole activity, and this is more focused on regional administrations, but also on specific parts of the process. So we had actually 2 trainings for so-called mapping experts or analytical experts from all the regions, and how to prepare the analytical or mapping exercise. We also had a smaller training on how to run entrepreneurial discovery process. So parts of our capacity building also focus on those very kind of specialist part. We have been able also to develop a specific guidance and a framework for mapping exercise adapted to Ukrainian indicators. And later on, late 2019, we have run a dedicated expert missions to 12 regions at that stage that were already finished with this analytical phase. So obviously after that, shortly after that, pandemic hit us and everything had to be moved online. This disturbed a little bit the plans we had for further support for Ukraine. So now at the moment we are launching a new wave of support to the regions that were considered most advanced in terms of preparation of smart specialization process. And these are 8 regions for which the online support now will start very soon. I would like to remind, I think everyone working with smart specialization in Ukraine should be aware that for EU enlargement and neighborhood region, we have developed so-called smart specialization framework that translates a smart specialization notion into the specific conditions of the countries we work with. And looking at those big stages, I have put also some details. I won't be focusing on them during this presentation, but I will want to leave them with you to consider. We can consider that Ukraine at the moment has finished this part on institutional capacity building, the first preparatory stage for smart specialization process. And this is done both at national and regional level. So here you can see that Ukraine is no longer included in the group of countries that work in this area. Obviously, capacity building is a long-term exercise, but this big effort we have done so far together with all of you, I think has paid off. Then we have mapping exercise. And I know that most regions in Ukraine have finished their mapping exercise and following the guidance and the targeted trainings we have run. I will comment a little bit on this later on. The advancement, I think, of this mapping exercise is different depending on the regions. And now we have already some regions that have started entrepreneurial discovery process. For us, entrepreneurial discovery process is a key part of smart specialization, maybe one of two, because evidence is a big part, which is covered in mapping exercise. But after that, we have entrepreneurial discovery process, which is really the heart of smart specialization, because we use evidence, we use knowledge, but we want the real insights and the real content of smart specialization strategy to be discussed together between business, between academia, between governments at different levels, and also civic society. But as you can see, this is not all that's left. We have also two more steps. One of them is institutional capacity for implementation. This part happens when we already have the main part of smart specialization discussed with stakeholders and agreed with stakeholders. And this is where we decide how it will be financed, how it will be implemented, who will be responsible for implementation, how will monitoring and evaluation happen. All those questions are the next step, the way I see the process in Ukraine for the fully fledged smart specialization strategies. And for that, obviously, we also do provide specific guidance. And finally, obviously, we have the strategy document that is finished, that is published, that is on a publicly available website. We have now in European enlargement and neighborhood region, two such strategies finalized from Montenegro and from Serbia. After finalization of the strategies, they go for the assessment by European Commission services. And here maybe just 2 words on this. In European member states, when smart specialization was first developed, the assessment of the smart specialization strategies was performed jointly by JRC and DG REGIO, because this is the DG that deals with smart specialization in the European Union. In enlargement and neighborhood region, we have a little bit different set of DGs. We have JRC that provides the methodological assessment of all the strategies. And after that, we have additional assessment by DG NEAR, DG RTD, and DG GROW that check the synergies and alignment of those strategies with other reform programs that are happening in the countries. This means industrial policy, cluster policy, regional development policy, the economic reform programs, the reforms of national research and innovation systems, and so on. And after that, we have a dialogue with each region or country, and the Commission issues an assessment of the strategy, which can be positive, negative, or conditionally positive. So these two steps, I think they are the steps that we expecting now in the near future, at least from some Ukrainian regions. Ukraine as a country has declared to follow up the framework and EU assessment within the regional policy dialogue that is done between European Commission and different countries in this case, obviously, Ukraine. So this is a kind of general reminding about the framework and the status that we have at the moment in all the neighborhood countries that we work with. Here are a few slides that I won't be going through in detail because they were already used in many trainings. These basically show our framework, but I think for any regional administration and also for the national team, it is good to go through all those sub-steps that we have in different modules and really consider, can we really consider them fulfilled? Because this is part that we will be later assessing once the strategies are ready. And I wanted in this aspect, I wanted just to show and to mention one specific aspect that I think needs a little bit of focus, because in general, obviously, I think in terms of Eastern Partnership countries, Ukraine and Moldova can be considered as pretty advanced countries. And we are expecting, as I said, the finalization of the whole process very soon. But that doesn't mean we don't have some challenges, especially in the case of Ukraine, when we have so many regions and they are all so different and they follow their own development paths. So I just wanted to mention one aspect of the mapping exercise, of the diagnosis, that is worth taking into consideration. And as for next steps and challenges, especially now when we still have pandemic, when it's so difficult to meet in person, we are also using the JRC to push on all the analytical dimensions. So if you remember our framework, you can see and remember maybe that we have three parts of the mapping exercise. They focus on economic, innovative, and scientific potential. And the first two, economic and innovative potential, are assessed based on statistical indicators, and these were really the focus of our work during the specialist trainings with Ukrainian experts that were included, and I know they were the basis of the mapping exercise in all the regions. Here is very early, one of the first exercises we did, and we sponsored this JRC, of the mapping of economic potential in 3 pilot regions that we work with in Odessa, Zaporozhye, and Kharkiv. Later on, we had the second part of this analysis focused only on innovation and R&D indicators. And I understand that in most Ukrainian regions, these two parts of economic and innovation potential are already covered, and they are included in the mapping exercise. I wanted to remind and bring your attention to the third part, and I understand that this is the national team that is working on that to make it happen. Looking at the definition, the very basic definition of smart specialization, it is a knowledge-based economic transformation agenda. And this is why we focus where we have economic potential, where we have innovation, but we also need to know where is knowledge, where is science. So we have this methodology of mapping science, especially focusing on patents and scientific publications. And this is, again, an example that we did early on for the 3 pilot regions, but I wanted to remind that from our perspective, it is important that all those parts of the analytical exercise are really finalized and included in smart specialization strategies. After that, there is one more part, because statistics, they don't give us the full knowledge, and we need to interpret them and discuss. And we have part of the analytical phase that's called qualitative mapping. That is more a discussion with experts, with focus groups, to understand what the statistics really say us, because as well, they are historical. Everyone knows who works with statistics that at best, when we are lucky, we have them from last year and maybe sometimes from 2 years ago. So what happened in between? What are the changes? What are the present challenges in every sector or area that was identified? This is the part we do in qualitative mapping, and this is also part of the framework. Then, of course, we have the ADP part, entrepreneurial discovery process that's going on, as far as I understand, in some regions. and then those steps on the capacity for implementation and final strategy. I will just leave those slides to be shared later with participants to go into detail. And now a little bit going more into the general picture. I already mentioned a little bit where Ukraine stands compared to other regions or other countries in the region. If we look at Eastern Partnership as such, 2020 is the year when we summarize so-called 20 deliverables for 2020 from Eastern Partnership. And I want to maybe tell you or maybe remind you, if you know it already, that within so-called 20 deliverables for 2020 in Eastern Partnership region of the EU, there is the commitment that 2 countries in the region will develop smart specialization strategies by 2020. And these countries, as per regional policy dialogue with European Commission, are Ukraine and Moldova. So we actually do have a commitment to finalize this process very soon. I know that we can expect, maybe with some delay due to COVID, but we can expect those strategies to be finalized soon. Meanwhile, we consider the process in Ukraine and Moldova to be advanced, and also what's important for us to have this legal basis for smart specialization that I already mentioned. We have 3 fully fledged national smart specialization teams, although we know that in Ukraine we're still waiting for the official appointment of the national team, but there is an interministerial team that is operational already for a long time. Apart from Moldova, we also have such a very good team in Georgia. As I mentioned before, we have 5 countries that wish to apply smart specialization, and actually now we are in the middle of a training for, let's say, beginners in the Eastern Partnership and smart specialization, and this training is for Georgia, Armenia, and Belarus. So far, if we summarize the process, these numbers are mostly for Ukraine and Moldova. We have around 150 participants or representatives of public administration trained in the region. And so far on different meetings, workshops, conferences, around 900 stakeholders from business, from academia, from governments reached. Now maybe 2 words about COVID. It was one of the questions for our session. What happens with smart specialization and COVID? Well, it lives, it goes on, maybe even surprisingly, but I just wanted to mention to you 3 dimensions that need to be taken into consideration, or that we already see that are worth considering. First of all, we do have changes in the process, especially the phase that many Ukrainian regions are already in at the moment, which is entrepreneurial discovery, which was always done during meetings, workshops, discussions. This is something that needs to be rethought, reimagined. Mostly it's now happening online. We have some good experiences already in the European Union, how to really moderate this dialogue online, although it's not as easy and satisfactory as it would be in normal conditions. But we also have to rethink many things in the process. For example, if we imagine a region that would be an early adopter, let's say a very good student in the class of smart specialization, and those early trainings we have done in 2017-18, and this region would do the mapping exercise very early, straight away after all the meetings. And now it's proceeding with entrepreneurial discovery. There is obvious questions. What happened with those areas that we found first as promising during the present crisis? Are they affected? What is happening? Are they changing? What we see in other countries as well, it's a little bit a need to reconsider and maybe okay. I was muted. I don't know if I'm unmuted or it means I should finish. But maybe for now I will continue. So we have to really look back at the impact on the sectors, what is happening, how we can help with smart specialization. But also I would like to mention one very important trend that is happening now, and it's connected not only with COVID, but also with the new priorities for European Commission, especially with European Green Deal, that more and more we see smart specialization as not only knowledge-based economic transformation agenda, but about or as smart specialization strategies for sustainability that should contribute to building resilience for future crises and for sustainable recovery. And they should also focus much more on societal environmental impacts. And in this context, I wanted just to mention, today we speak with regions, but I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but in my personal opinion, it's a very good development that Ukraine has applied to work with JRC and UNIDO in the United Nations Global Pilot Program on Science, Technology, and Innovation Roadmaps for Sustainable Development Goals based on smart specialization methodology. This work will be done mostly at national level, but obviously needs to be coordinated with the processes happening in the regions. So this is a very good opportunity for Ukraine to early on catch on this new trend that's happening all over EU and have modern smart specialization. And we have today, I think, with us Viktor Nedovic from Serbia, our great partner. And Serbia is the only country from Europe, not European Union, but Europe, that was chosen to be in the Global Pilot Program and is now working on science, technology, and innovation roadmap for SDGs. So Ukraine is now the second country we would work with in this.
So I do apologize, but we would ask you to finalize the speech. Thank you.
Of course, it is my last slide, really. There was also a question how to use smart specialization platform. If you look at this slide now, you can see that we have 5 regions of Ukraine now registered in smart specialization platform. If you go to our website, you can see this banner, join smart specialization platform. I think to best use smart specialization platform, you should register. Then you receive all the information, all the new activities and calls of different sort. So I would encourage all the participants from different regions to register to Smart Specialization platform and to then explore our website. You can see the main areas here we follow: interregional cooperation, a lot of guidance, targeted support, and so on and so on. Also specific area for Smart Specialization beyond European Union. And I think this is the very good first step to just follow up and build on. So this is it. I want to mention just as a last thing that JRC is here to help. We will continue working with Ukraine. We keep our fingers crossed that the process is going well without delays. And we're really excited to see the first fully fledged smart specialization strategies from Ukraine reaching European Commission and receiving positive assessment, hopefully. So I will encourage you to follow the framework and to be with us so you can be also recognized by the European Commission as really following the methodology and our guidance. Thank you very much. And sorry if it was long, but there was so many questions asked by the organizers.
Thank you so much, Monica. Thank you for such an incredibly useful information, because those were the issues and questions highlighted, which we mostly get from the representatives of the regional teams. It was interesting to hear from you that Ukraine can take part in the pilot program about the sustainable development goals. It will really give us an opportunity to be in the avant-garde of the countries in the world and world leaders. Unfortunately, we are very short of time for all the questions and answers, so if I may, I will ask you a very quick question, please, and then maybe someone in the chat will add one more question for us, because unfortunately, Dr. Monica won't be able to stay with us up till the end of the session when we have a bigger Q&A session. So, Monica, would you please say, very often you mention that the formal party is a very important one in smart specialization, that it should be a live process. It should be a real process of the entrepreneurial discovery. How can we keep this balance, in fact? Which recommendations and pieces of advice could you provide us with?
I think I'm still not muted. Yeah, that's a difficult question, actually. How do we formal, but also informal? I think there are two things really, and I maybe will focus just very quickly on the entrepreneurial discovery part, which is now the reality for Ukrainian regions. In terms of formality, there is specific guidance that we provide to enlargement and neighborhood region of the EU that says what are so-called entrepreneurial discovery process deliverables. And this we shared with you during different trainings. We can obviously share it again if necessary. So for us, those requirements are formal, and these requirements are what JRC will be looking at when we prepare the methodological assessment of the finished strategies. And I'm now quoting from memory, but for us, the issue is that when we have analytical exercise, it's obviously very often for experts, for people who work with data, with indicators, and so on. So, often normal companies, normal people in the street, they just don't understand it. It's very technical. Entrepreneurial discovery process is the moment when we discuss. And our most important recommendation is that apart from analytical part and implementation framework, all the rest that is included in the smart specialization strategy in each region should come out of entrepreneurial discovery process, of stakeholder dialogue. So the final definition of priority domains, the SWOT analysis, the actions, objectives, monitoring indicators that are included in smart specialization strategy, they have to be agreed. We call it knowledge-based consensus. We take the data, the analysis that we had, but then it's not government really. Government has in this part organizational role, but it's all the other stakeholders that should decide together how to proceed. And obviously we need science, we need business. Our recommendation is also to have a minimum 50 participants of the whole process coming from business sector, from private sector, which is not that easy to achieve, even in EU member states, but it happened. It happened in Serbia, it happened in Montenegro, we know it's possible. And maybe what's also important is that this entrepreneurial discovery process is not one meeting that we invite people to. It's a series of meetings, sometimes can last half a year, depending how it's organized. And we really need to work on building trust, on building transparency of this process, and keeping the involvement and engagement of those stakeholders. So it is crucial for the government to be a real partner for discussion and to manage the expectations, but also keep the promises later. If we decide there is ABC areas of action that have to be implemented, they have to be implemented. And then it's the government's, be it regional or national, responsibility to make it happen. So I think this would be the guidance. If you follow the recommendations, the process will go on. Obviously now we have to look for more ways to do it well online. But for this very purpose, we provide experts. We ask you kindly to use them to maximum because we really send best people to Ukraine and to all the countries we work with. So we hope that you can use this opportunity, the support that we give you. And for now, I'm optimistic about Ukraine. I must say personally, I really follow this process from the very beginning. And just best luck to finish nicely, but make sure we have real partnership between stakeholders and entrepreneurial discovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica, that you joined our conference today. And also we thank you for the support which you provide to Ukraine, for the expert support, methodological support, and for those ambitious plans which we, together with you, are implementing because it's a kind of an unheard support which allows us to move on. So thank you so much. In the chat, we have also one more question about the platform of S3. The link can be found in the chat, and in fact, after our meeting, after the panel discussion, we'll send out this link to all of you. So the strategy of smart specialization is compulsory for the European regions to get funding and for the development of innovative projects. And how can the countries which are not included into the European Union be involved in this process? How can we provide the cooperation with the EU countries? It will be told by Ms. Denisa Perin, the team leader of the Smart and Sustainable Growth of the Directorate General of Regio from the European Commission. Ms. Denisa, the floor is yours. You've got 15 minutes, and you will have an opportunity, well, to have certain questions for you. Thank you.
Dear Chairman, hello colleagues. Many thanks for inviting us to the event, and many thanks for giving me the floor. I'm really delighted to be here today and to speak to you and discuss with you the approach to smart specialization strategies. Let me first please introduce myself. I'm Denisa Perrin, and I'm a team leader in Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. And I'm heading a team who is behind the development of smart specialization strategies and what we call in our mainstream programs the policy objective one. So we are really looking into how to best adapt smart specialization strategies, how to reflect it in regulations, and how to support member states in preparation of their programs, which will come into the force after post 2020. So this is really now a bit what we are doing. I will now share my screen. Hope it's gonna work. This one, voila. And what I would like today is really to take perhaps a bit a step back and to see what we can do. I mean, how do we really understand smart specialization? What is the concept? And the, I mean, what was already perhaps our thinking when developing the context, the concept, and what are perhaps the issues now we are struggling with or we are encountering, and we want to address with the colleagues when especially negotiating with member states. Get next slide. Okay. Can you see my? I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we
And
do
I
your
will try.
presentation, but it's only the first slide so far.
Exactly. I cannot get the next slide. I don't know what's wrong with it. Voila. So what I will speak about, I will first. Sometimes it's a bit better to really take a step back and to really even get out of our usual comfort zone and look what the current situation is. So I will stop a few minutes with the political and social economic context, then what we have proposed for the post 2020, what is new compared to the current period, and what has evolved in the concept of smart specialization. I know you've heard a lot from Monica. Monica is really working very closely with you and her team, and I will perhaps put it a bit in context. And also, I would like to share with you a few ideas and few reflections how to make all this happen. So with the political context, for us, what is new is now we have the political context and economic context has changed with the arrival of the new commission last year, and with the agenda, with arrival of the new agenda, with a stronger focus on green transition, so on Green Deal, on climate neutrality commitment, on circular economy, introduction of just transition fund. So now with the Green Deal, we need to understand the Green Deal is really the new growth strategy for the union. We also have industrial policy with special focus on industrial value chains, on international trade environment that's evolving, and also with specific focus on value chains and critical raw materials in particular. Of course, we have the COVID crisis with new instruments that has been introduced. And what I really want to insist on, we have the return of regional policy in terms of geography of this content, which in Europe is really important to look at, is, you know, when you make the correlation between the regions that really politically tend to show their discontent by voting rather populist parties, and their economic situation, there we really need to understand that. I mean, we need to focus on each territory and take it into account the socio-economic context in each territory. This is absolutely crucial. What we have also, and this is really what is absolutely relevant for the way how we address different regions, is that we cannot go with we just cannot be geographic or spatially blind. We need to be able to propose a different policy response for different type of territory. So we need to do different things in different places and really be tailor-made to their social economic context, to their capabilities, to their endowments, to their strengths and weaknesses. And we really do different type of actions. Sometimes I illustrated by looking at the different regional performance in terms of innovation. Like here, because when you have a region who has a strong innovation performer or who is a strong innovator, you won't do the same actions as in regions that tend to be lagging behind. And the same comes with productivity, because in some regions you have productivity that is very much driven by the presence of their multinationals. In some regions, the productivity is mainly driven by research and innovation activities, but in many regions, and this is typical for Western Europe, the productivity is stagnating or even falling back. And this is something which is crucial for how do we support innovation and what support do we provide there. As you know, cohesion policy is there to already in the treaty, is here to tackle, to ensure harmonious development. And this is something that makes a difference. Cohesion policy has been already embedded in the treaty. Sorry for that. When when we were preparing the post 2020 design of cohesion policy, we were looking at key objectives, how to really concentrate on what is where we can make the difference. So we proposed several thematic objectives or policy objectives, how we call it now, which is smart to Europe. This is where smart specialization is embedded. This is really where we come up with innovation, where we create innovation, new products. And then we have policy objectives like greener, low carbon Europe, connected Europe, or more social Europe. We tend to deploy what has been developed under policy objective one, so under smart specialization, and then the deployment comes later. And it's also crucial for making, for instance, the European Green Deal happen, because if we want to really become green and be carbon neutral, we need to be able to come up with new solutions then which we can mainstream and deploy elsewhere. Because if we continue using the current existing solutions, we will just get locked in unsustainable development path. So I would like to go to the next. So as you can see, so we really develop new solutions. It's about tech transfer. It's about building industrial capacities, and then to deploy them both in public and private sectors. So what were the key considerations when rethinking the way how smart specialization in post 2020 should look like? It's how to better adapt it to different regional needs, because we cannot have, as I mentioned, one size fit all. How to broaden the way how we understand innovation and how to reinforce innovation diffusion. And this is very important also for regions that are not perfectly performing, that are not the best innovators, because usually these regions tend to catch up in terms of productivity, because thanks to the presence of multinationals. But and then you have local companies who are embedded in the value chain as suppliers. But what we need to ensure is that the spillovers from that multinationals, from the FDIs that are present on a given territory, are spread across all suppliers, meaning that the suppliers, they are able to really strengthen their position in the value chain, but also climb up towards more complicated or towards activities with a higher value added. And this is extremely important. Then the third is even more important as well, or equally, it's how to strengthen the links between regional innovation ecosystems and national reforms. Monica has already mentioned the role of innovation ecosystems, and I would insist on national reforms. I will really like to come back to that in the second part of my presentation. Then we need to be able to strengthen cooperation and internationalization, really to hook on different value chains across regions in Europe. And this is also thanks to the platforms that Monica mentioned at the end of her presentation. This can be very helpful. What we have here is also for our
So,
constituency.
Denisa, we do
Is
apologize. You've
on
got
one side.
5 minutes left.
Okay, so I'll be very quick. What can be important here is it's smart specialization to be more responsive to industrial change. And I cannot see my presentation anymore, to industrial change and to technological disruption, because of course we need to be able to accompany regions and territories in their efforts of, I mean, being able to overcome their past legacy of industrial of of industrial production, and to be able to modernize through innovations, through tech adoption, and to be able to face the challenges of a green and digital transition. This is absolutely important. How can we learn out of this process, and how to better strengthen and embed governance? And we can skip that. That's why we propose actually the smart specialization, the framework for smart specialization is this first policy objective. This policy objective one, which is economic transformation through smart specialization. What is important is really the economic transformation. That's why I mentioned the innovation diffusion. That's why I mentioned industrial transition. What do we finance there? We finance four key elements around the smart specialization strategies. You can see it here. So it's research, innovation, capacities, uptake of advanced technologies, digitalization as innovation enabler. But we need to have skills. Skills, it comes up always as a key issue. It's the skills for smart specialization to be able to manage the innovation diffusion, to manage tech transfer, and of course, focus on SMEs. But for this, we need to have a well-functioning smart specialization. For this, we now, I mean, in order to be able to finance something in member states, we first want them to have certain conditions in place. Here, the condition in place is not to have smart specialization, but it's about governance of the smart specialization. And here I insist on the governance. And as Monica mentioned, it's really about the effective entrepreneurial discovery process. It means that you need to have uh, all partners involved in the process. First, you need to know whether all the partners you've involved are the right ones and whether they are able to behave like the partners. So you need to work on the capacity of your partners to really to be able to get smart specialization that is able to address the socio-economic challenges and to be transformative, to become the transformative power and process of your economy. And for this, you really need to have the EDP and have functioning innovation ecosystems. I insist it comes from all member states. The key issue is really the ecosystems. You really need to work on them. You need to work on business and private public sector linkages, business university linkages, on clusters, on innovation intermediaries. You need to be able also to learn from the process. So you need to be able to monitor and evaluate what you are doing. You need to be able to understand what the issues of industrial transitions are. You need to have someone designated who is responsible for all this, so responsible body. And I will insist the key problem also in many countries, the key enabler are the RNI systems. So really in parallel, you need to be able to run and to get the consensus and to carry out reforms of RNI systems, so tax reforms, financing of public-private research, to be sure that the system creates the right incentives. This is absolutely essential. Of course, we want here I have one slide, but we don't have time for that. We were looking at societal challenges, how it can address, and of course here we have. I wanted to speak a bit more about the enabling conditions, but I mention it quickly. I think it's better we take time for discussion. Sorry for being so fast. Thank you for the floor.
Indeed. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation, for highlighting the things that we're working on in the majority of Ukrainian regions at the moment. And for myself, I've taken down a few notes. Naturally, we also highlighted, but more often than not, it's necessary once again to speak about the connectivity between, or connections between stakeholders that have to be well set up and have to be developed, because it's a key to smart specialization. And thanks a lot that you reminded us that the basis for all of that should be human capital, human skills that professionals should possess. And I would like to encourage all of our participants to ask questions in the chat. We will be reading them, we are reading them at the moment, and we will have an opportunity for our speakers to answer them at the end of our session. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Viktor Nedovic, who is the coordinator of S3 process implementation in Serbia, which is extremely interesting for us because that's the country which is not a member of the EU. Therefore, it can forward its experience to us because Serbia has already endorsed its strategy of smart specialization last year. So Victor is the director on innovation and growth entrepreneurship project. So Mr. Victor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. I would like first to thanks to our Ukrainian organizers for this international conference, for also invitation for me to join the session and to share the Serbian experience related to smart specialization process in general and the EDP process in particular. I missed the opportunity last year when I also had invitation from you to see you in Kiev, but this time we will do it virtually. Hopefully next time it will be physical way as well again. Okay, can I share my presentation now?
Just a second, please. Now we are opening this opportunity for you.
Okay.
Now you can start your presentation.
Okay. Do you see it? Do you see it?
Yes, we can see your presentation on the screen.
Okay. I was asked for to share some of the EDP experiences in Serbia, and the presentation will be focused mostly to that part of S3 process we did. Just a small correction, our government adopted the strategy in February this year, not last year, but it is almost a year ago. Okay. In the introductory part, I would like to mention that this process in our case took around 3 years. We started early 2017, finished early 2020. Even before that, in 2016, we created our inter-ministerial body that was actually in charge for the process as whole. Initiator from in our system was Ministry of Education, Science, Technological Development, and in very close and very strong cooperation with Public Policy Secretariat. The strategy itself is adopted in February this year, as I already mentioned, but before that we passed all necessary stages in the development of the strategy, means quantitative ones, mapping of research innovation, and economic protection, then qualitative one, and finalized with EDP process. Concerning the EDP process, some of the major challenges we faced were unfavorable socio-economic context, then constructive dialogue and cooperation in between the business sector and the government that was in some extent lacking and missing, and also public-private cooperation that is at a rather low level and that we would like very much to improve. The process itself looked like it is shown on the slide. We built at the beginning a kind of institutional capacity, and for us it was very important at the beginning to succeed to have fluent dialogue in between the different stakeholders, different ministries in this interministerial working group. At the beginning also, we created a so-called analytical team of our entity plus operation one. Then we did this qualitative analysis by the great help of JRC of European Commission, and by the quantitative analysis, we identified potential areas on the regional level, in economy, in research and innovation. After that, we passed the whole cycle of qualitative analysis through different interviews, total of 178 interviews with key stakeholders in different fields has been conducted, and the result of that, and based on the quantitative analysis as well, were a kind of predefined priorities for the EDP process. Then last year, in 2019, we organized the EDP process in several months, started with the kickoff, then with continue with SWOT analysis, definition of vision, and definition of the policy mix. And these two last parts, qualitative analysis and EDP process, were in particular connected with the active participants of small and medium enterprises, and you will see at one of the next slides. At the EDP process, we had over 50% of presence of the business community at those sessions. Then we continue to work on the policy mix together in our core team. Then move to the monitoring and evaluation, designing of the system, and prepare the final strategy document. With the consultation with all stakeholders, with the public debate on that, and soon we will submit for the EC formal approval strategy plus action plan. Why we moved on that way from qualitative to quantitative to qualitative analysis is we thought that the quantitative one has some of limitations related to the statistical data and official decision on the national dimension we needed, and the quantitative we did on the regional level. And all of that actually caused the necessity for the conduction of qualitative analysis. Creation of the EDP team was another topic that was in charge of conducting qualitative analysis and organizing and facilitating the EDP workshops. We actually had a RIS3 development process coordinator in that respect. We had defined the EDP external advisor that helped a lot to us. We had this analytical advisor already mentioned, and coordinators and co-coordinators for each preliminary priority area. And I underline this part, that it was really, really very important to find out the right people to conduct the dialogue with all included stakeholders in that discussion in the EDP process. The protocol for data documentation, communication in the teams, as well as as a timetable was developed. And I would like to stress here that this protocol for data documentation and many other things that we collected along the process was also one of the key issues and the key point for the success of this process. In the qualitative analysis, we wanted to discover what statistical data gave to us, and we collected to check actually if it is something that the directions are right to us or should be a bit changed. And during the quality analysis, the main goal was to collect information on the preliminary priority areas, and some typical questions we used in that part were: who are the key players in the predefined preliminary priority areas? What are some sub-specializations in the field? What is the world's largest value created in the value chain? And what is the position of Serbian players in the global value chain, to see if Serbian companies are already included in that or not. And then key input for the planning, the next stage in the development of RIS3, like collection of the key information needed to start the entrepreneurial discovery process, and identification of ambassadors of the process coming from the business sector. And another key point is identification of ambassadors, the people that are willing to help the process, that are coming from the business community, but see a great opportunity for them in this respect. That I would like also to underline this part of the presentation as the collection of the key information and the identification of ambassadors were of the key importance. In total, we conducted 178 interviews with the key stakeholders in the triple helix in the period September 2018, February 2019. Then we jump in entrepreneurial discovery process, well prepared based on all of this previously that was done, and we organized in 2019 17 workshops in different regions in Serbia, and the process was organized through the series of the workshops. The first one was dedicated to the SWOT analysis, to identify the key challenges, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats within the priority areas. Then the vision one, by which the included stakeholders had the goal to confront the priorities, define the vision, and define the specific goals. And the most complex one, the third one, policy mix definition, by which we defined the measures and activities, and proposed activities were such to address defined challenges in the process. As I already mentioned, we had 17 workshops in different regions and industry presence of 57%, from academia sector 21, civil sector 12, and the government institutions 10%. The main output of the EDP workshops were confirmed priority areas, the vision, the goals, and the measures to address the identified challenges. In numbers, I already mentioned the number of conducted review 178, 17 workshops, over 550 participants in different workshops. Number of EDP team internal meetings to organize all of this along the EDP process was 16, and number of the coordinating body for internal meetings 19. It was we put a lot of energy to manage this on the proper way, and I think my personal opinion is that we really succeeded in this. What we identified by the end of the EDP process, 4 vertical priorities of 4S, that is the shortness of our strategies, Smart Specialisation Strategy of Republic of Serbia, The first one was Food for Future with the sub-priorities high-tech agriculture, value-added food products, sustainable agri-food production. Then information and communication technologies with the sub-priorities custom software development and software solution development. Then machine and the products process of the future with sub-priorities machines for specific purposes, information in the smart management service, Industry 4.0, smart component and tools, combustion devices for eco-friendly and sustainable fuels, and last but not least, creative industries with the sub-priorities of creative audiovisual production, video games, and interactive content, smart packaging. I mentioned we had this for vertical and two additional horizontal ones, and it was ecology and energy efficiency and key enabling technology. And you can see how we define the interconnection between the major priorities and the vertical ones plus horizontal supportive ones. Some lesson learned actually from the EDP to 4S implementation. What we learned from the EDP process and reports to the policy mix, what were the key challenges that SMEs faced before limiting international management innovation capacity of the SMEs, positioning in the global value chain, limited access to alternative sources of funding, lack of professional staff, administrative burdens, regulations. From the policy mix to the implementation, unfortunately, we still do not have, it is the case of all other non-EU member states, we still do not have this access to the EU structural funds. This is not available for us at this very moment, and we, from another side, have limited national funds. We already started to implement the strategy along this year by some open calls launched by innovation, our innovation fund, our science fund, Ministry of Education, Science, Technological Development, Ministry of Agriculture, and one donor organization that is USAID. What is still important?
Victor, we do apologize. You've got 1 minute left.
Just 1 minute. I will try to force a bit. Communication and transparency with the stakeholders, and development of revised action plan and support from JRC in that respect. Before I finish, I would like to mention that the international aspect of the smart specialization was so important for us. From one side, inside the Western Balkan region, from another side, inside the Danube region. And I would like to mention that Serbia, together with Slovakia, is co-coordinating priority area 7. Myself is co-coordinator together with Ms. Lubica Pitlova from Slovakian Ministry. And we have in priority area 7, knowledge societies, the title of that priority area, a particular working group of smart specialization. And inside the new action plan, the plan is to create the smarter region based on the smart specialization priorities, common ones, to develop regional value chain inside the Danube region. And broader context is it's already Monica, with whom we cooperate on excellent way, if I may say on that way. UN Global Pilot Program for development of STI roadmaps for SDGs. It is based on the S3 methodology, as Monica already mentioned, and Serbia is one of the 5 priority countries who would like to share our experience of identifying the potentials in science, technology, innovation to reach the 17 SDGs, also the gaps, not only potentials, with all other, and if Ukraine is the first next, we would like very much to share our experience and knowledge with Ukraine in that respect as well. And it is just in short. Thank you very much, and I'm open for your question.
Mr. Victor, thank you so much for such a very detailed presentation, as those are the steps which the Ukrainian regions will have to go through, and to see the outcomes of such work is incredibly important. I do apologize that I said that you adopted the strategy last year. I remember that last year you had this presentation of this strategy in the conference, but instantly we've got a
That's
quick
okay.
question for you. So you've got a very quick question as for the analytical data which were used for the analysis for Serbia. What was the period of these data, and would it be possible to update the data later?
Yeah, I didn't mention one of the measures of our smart specialization strategy is continuous CDP process. We understood it's like that it is important to integrate in the strategy itself a continuous CDP process. That means that it is there. That means that we will from time to time check the priorities, the data, the relevant information with all our stakeholders that are included in the process. Means after 2 years or 3 years, we will, according to that process, try to make some corrections, some changes related to the strategy, related to the implementation of the strategy, related to the priority areas. It is one side. Another side, we used really the data from our statistical office. We use the data from our intellectual property right office. We use the data from different ministries, like our Ministry of Education, Science, Technology and Development, Ministry of Economy, then from Public Policy Secretariat, a lot of different sources, but the major source of information for the mapping of particular economic potential was actually Statistical Office of Republic of Serbia.
Well, yes, in Ukraine, we would also say that the biggest source of information was the statistical service. But what was the period from and to when you used the data for the beginning of the analysis?
The last 10 years. The last 10 years. We wanted to see the continuation in the last 10 years. Sometimes it was 5, if we don't have, for different reasons, the data for more years, but at the beginning we agreed upon to have the picture of last 10 years.
And one more question to you. Do you have the data on agrarian or agricultural sphere? Did you get it into the strategy?
Yeah, we used if we don't have this, we can't put that area as priority one. For sure, for all of this we used. And the methodology that was applied to identify the strategies was also checked with JRC, and we also had the support of our German colleagues in that process.
Thank you so much for your answers and for your wonderful presentation. And also I can see there is the question in chat to the Ministry of Economic Development. I may answer that the Ministry of Economic Development will be presented in the second panel discussion of our event. So having such an information, I may tell you that maybe rather soon the creation of the platform of national smart specialization is not planned, as we have one common unified platform, which is rather useful for the creation of cooperation between the regions. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Rostislav Tomenchuk, who will tell us about those details, which stage the regions are now at, what work they have conducted already, and what we can state as an outcome of the 3-year work now on the implementation of S3 in Ukraine. Thank you. I hope you will help me, Nino, in those issues. Well, in fact, I would like to show you several slides because they include several key issues I'd like to emphasize on that. The development of the strategy of regional development has been finalized in January or February, and it provided a nice pathway for the regions in Ukraine. What was the situation? That last year, as it was mentioned by Nino already, and Monica said about that as well, there was the training conducted, the workshop, and they discussed in summer last year the methodology on the data analysis, where together with experts from the EU, considering the statistical data, we've defined first 5, 10, or 15, whatever logic that was, certain branches of economy where you could go on to find priorities of smart specialization. And as last year, some of the regions were moving separately according to the pilot project together with the Ministry of Economy and European Commission, and other regions have developed their strategies of regional development, we were a bit worried that there was a certain synchronization for those priority branches from the regional development strategies, at least to coincide with the work which was conducted according to the outcomes of the expert work of the European Commission and according to the results of the work of those working groups on the definition of the possible priority branches of smart specialization. And I'd like to mention that we coped to do that. I did not even hope myself to have such a result, but what we saw in the regional development strategies which have been developed by the regions, approximately 95% of all of the priority branches which were mentioned during the development of the smart specialization strategy got to the regional development strategies. Why am I emphasizing that? Because it's a big advantage. If we say what we began with, those were 3 industrial regions, Kharkiv, Odessa, and Zaporizhia, in 2016 and 17, so the opportunity to develop the priorities of smart specialization has become open for any region of Ukraine, because for each region in Ukraine we've developed a certain methodology how we can define the priority branches where we can search for smart specialization. As each region had such an opportunity, so please, the methodology is like this. So according to the methodology, you can go and range and rank your also branches and spheres where you're dealing at to see which spheres really suit to search for smart specialization further on. And the next step was to improve those strategies. To a certain extent, there was a bit of an overlapping, because it was not that easy to develop a high-quality strategy during several months only, the regional development strategy. But there were certain political issues, there were certain issues connected with the possible financial tools which the regions could rely upon during the winter, so all of the regions had to finalize those regional development strategies as soon as possible. I wanted to show you just several slides. Could you show my slides from the presentation? 4 minutes only? Yes, I will have enough time for that. So, we were trying to rank all of those branches, and we listed all the regions which are corresponded to the spheres which were mentioned in the development of the smart specialization strategy, and we tried to consider not the regions but the branches. So, for instance, the food industry. Could you show the previous slide? The food industry included and reflected as a priority one in Zhytomyr, Kyiv, Rivne, Khmelnytsky, Lviv, Odessa, Cherkasy, and Chernivtsi regions, and also as for the manufacturing and processing of the agricultural products. Again, a huge list of regions which defined that those regions are potentially interesting to search for smart specialization there. The next slide, dairy products, the Ternopil and Mykolaiv regions, niche and organic products, Ternopil, Odessa, Zhytomyr, Poltava regions, and also the water disposal and water supply, Mykolaiv, bioeconomy, Lviv, Chernihiv, and Zakarpattia, Transcarpathia, creative industry, Lviv, Kharkiv, Donetsk, Ivano-Frankivsk, Zakarpattia, Transcarpathia, wood processing and furnishing industry, Rivne, Ivano-Frankivsk, Chernivtsi, light industry, Hungary, 3 regions decided that it is a rather priority. As for the renewables, 2 more regions. The next slide, machine building, metal processing has the huge list of regions. But what's interesting, we understood that the peculiarity of machine building can be totally diverse. So then the region will deepen into the type of machine building. It cannot be similar for everyone. In some of the regions it can be vehicle or cars, in other it's agricultural vehicles, construction, in other it will be the mining, in the fourth it can be something connected with the railway transport or with the water transport. The next slide, culture and tourism, Chernivtsi region and Kyiv city, healthcare and medical tourism, Poltava and Vinnytsia regions, chemical, biochemical, pharmaceutical branches. Here we also need to understand that this is the common topic, but then each region will clarify and make it more precise what they're searching for, what's the uniqueness in their chemical, biochemical and pharmaceutical. This is also a huge list. And the last one slide, as for informational technologies, construction design and logistics. Couple of points. Very often we manage the IT sphere, and I'm really happy that the regions managed to transform their understanding of the IT sphere during the last year, because there is an understanding about the necessity to involve the IT representatives in all of the branches, understanding that we need to search for the most contemporary solutions in any sphere, especially it will concern IT, of course. So we are happy how those branches look like, and as for now, the regions are now at the stage of a certain beginning, inception of the EDP process, mix of the policies and defining the vision. This is what we are now speaking about with the regions we have formed, considering the experience of the experts which were working from the European Union last year, and also the European Commission regulations, the DG REGIO. We've also offered the roadmap along which the regions will be moving. So we tried to show it schematically, but the whole process of the definition of the priorities of smart specialization will consist of 4 measures, 4 events. 2 of them are to search the priorities of smart specialization. Why there are 2 of them? At the first measure, we are conducting the SWOT analysis and we form the common vision of the region. The first measure needs for the participants to speak out and to understand where they are now at, what they want to do, and how they see the development of their sphere, their branch, for the following 5 to 10 years. The second measure on the search of the priorities of smart specialization is the advantages of the regions compared to the world trends where we develop the branch. So just to understand and to compare we are now at and which value-added links we are going to join. As we can see this, how we can see this progress during the next 5 to 10 years. According to the results of the second measure, in each of the regions, in each of the branches, we get 2 priorities of smart specialization. After that, we've got the focus group conducted according to each of those pilot previously selected priorities of smart specialization. At the first focus group, we either approve the priority of S3 or we are coming back. Well, you're a bit short of time. So, to conclude, if the focus group approved that we have defined the S3 priority and we're moving along it, the next focus groups will define the plan of actions, the people responsible for that, the indicators, what and when is doing, where we're searching for the resources, which resources should be there, we're defining the timeline, and then after the 4th measure, we finally form and shape the wholesome document which is uploaded to the platform of smart specialization of the European Union. This is stage by stage what I tried to add. The colleagues who had the speeches at this panel. Thank you, Rostislav. Thank you all of the participants who joined us with the questions. Dear speakers, there are several questions which concern the materials, for instance, about the transfer of the technologies or about methodologies. So I'd like to advise you, please visit the platform of S3, because there are lots of thematic materials there. There are lots of precise points. Some of the guidances were already mentioned today. Some of them can be found by you there. So please go there, visit that resource, and you will find lots of useful info there. Because rather often at the events we've got lots of questions about those materials. It's highly unlikely that we can just send out all of the materials which can be found at the website. And there is no such necessity because you can always find them at this website. So, Ms. Denisa, we've got the question about the smart specialization in the pedagogical specializations. Could it be like that? I think this is the question for you because you have mentioned about the necessity and importance of the skills in the definition of smart specialization. Could you answer this question, please?
Of course, with pleasure. Thank you. Look, this is a very interesting question. We received something very similar from, I think, from another member state a week ago. You remember on my slides, I mentioned that we have four specific objectives, and I will try to find it back here and share my screen. This one. So you can see that we have one of the specific objectives is really about developing skills. What we really want here is to finance, I mean, even the curricular stuff like that, which are really linked to the areas uh, defined in smart specialization strategies. Because in the system of cohesion policy for more this general curricula or more general pedagogical support, we have also the European Social Fund, which is more appropriate than the policy objective one, where we of the European Regional Development Fund, when we really look at financing something which leads in the end to a smart economic transformation through smart specialization. So here we would really rather look at the capacities and skills that are related to tech transfer, management of industrial transition, promotion of entrepreneurship. You can of course have some courses at the universities that are related to that. I was telling the guys, for instance, if you have people who work at the university and who want to develop curricula and who want to go and see how it works, for instance, in Germany at the Fraunhofer Institute, you can do some staff exchanges and stuff like that. But really, we would like here, I mean, to use the money in or the allocations really for concrete investments. Doesn't prevent you from more using technical assistance and stuff like this to accompany the smart specialization for a bit larger measures. And this is what where I was talking about the research innovation systems. The research innovation systems, they help you also to modify your curricula, to modify the offer provided by universities or vocational training institutes. Does it answer your question?
Thank you very much indeed. We have one more question to ask of you. How is it possible to align and arrange work with some European regions? Because it's a question which is resonant from a lot of regions in Ukraine when we have some related certain like activities or certain areas that can also be relevant to European areas. So how can we align this cooperation?
Of course, this is perhaps also Monica could have told you a bit better, but this is something we try to encourage the cooperation along the topics that you develop in smart specialization. I saw in Rastislav's presentation that you would, for instance, would look at dairy production in certain regions or bioeconomy or concrete areas in bioeconomy. And for this, we have this what we call thematic partnerships. And these thematic partnerships really try to to put together, to really learn what we call this learn and connect phase, the regions and actors who work together on similar smart specialization priorities. And we even recently ran a pilot which went even further, and that we would also pursue in the post 2020 period, is to create even, you know, with the regions and actors that work on similar smart specialization priorities, to even promote joint investment projects. So go a bit beyond the learn and connect phases.
Thank you very much indeed. We also had another question about what steps have been undertaken in order to raise institutional capacities. That's something that Monica Matusiak has already talked about, and unfortunately she had to excuse herself to another meeting and she cannot take this question. But we have had some regional teams trained from all of the regions of Ukraine. We also had the national team trained, and these training sessions were conducted by the Joint Regional Research Center. We also had some expert missions, some 12 missions altogether, which were conducted last year directly in the field in the regions. And this expert support is to be continued for the next year, but once again, it's going to be in a remote mode because of the pandemic that we are going through.
Of course.
Mr. Victor, we also have one more question to ask of you. A question to you regarding how difficult
the capacity yeah, okay. Do you want me to answer the administrative capacity one, or
no, we have already provided the answer, but if you have something to add, we will listen to it, listen to your perspective if you want to say something.
Just I know you're running out of time, but very quickly, we understand that the administrative capacity is the key, because all the smart specialization, all the process is very much about people, about the capacity of people on the ground, about the capacity of SMEs. So I think that what I would like to encourage you is to pursue your training, to continue your trainings. It's not about one-off trainings. I think it's a run over a very long period. I would also foster exchanges with colleagues from different regions, perhaps with similar contexts, but also from other regions, to understand what they've done, how they approach different challenges. I think this is something which is important, because the knowledge is there, because you are not alone in all this, because so many regions went through that and struggled through the capacity. So it's about continuous training, continuous building of capacities, developing of capacities of all actors, public administrations, but also enterprises, cluster organization, all the what we call innovation intermediaries. Thank you.
I thank you very much indeed for the very interesting point that you have made. That's exactly what such conferences are meant for. And last year we were able to feel that the support that regions extend to each other results in a lot of extra sinews, and this is extremely helpful and beneficial. Now we are moving on to the next question. Was it difficult to involve into the process of entrepreneurial discovery people from academia, from research and development, because most of the time they are reluctant to get involved, and that's something that the majority of our regional groups face with. Maybe you have some secrets to share with us?
The question is for...
Do you have any secrets to share with us concerning, this is the question to Viktor Nedovich, how to get involved some of the academia, scientific community members, so to make sure that this process is more living rather than just public.
Thank you. The connections are not so good. I didn't hear the question at the beginning. There is no really real secret, but
Unfortunately, we're losing Mr. Victor from Serbia. Maybe Denisa, you can provide a few comments, your remarks on the point.
I'm happy to answer that question because this is something which is absolutely crucial. I mean, to really build and create the linkages between academia, businesses, between academia, innovation agencies. And I think you have also in Ukraine, like in many other member states, very strong academia, very strong research organizations. That you need to create incentives. You need to create incentives to get them a bit out of their comfort zone, and to make them reach out towards businesses and vice versa, because this is something that I mentioned already in my presentation. It's really about efficient functioning of the research innovation systems. How do you finance them? How do you motivate them to move more towards, I mean, from the research that creates, I mean, at lower what we call TRL levels, technology readiness levels, to move them a bit more to higher levels, which are closer to commercialization. So you need to be able to also create an environment of trust where academia can safely work with businesses, with enterprises, when they can work together on common solutions. So perhaps how to really work on what we call on prototypes, on pilot lines, on fab labs, whatever you want. So I think you need to be also able to motivate them, to encourage them, and to create them their environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denisa. I would also like to say that our time is up. Unfortunately, I would like to extend gratitude to all of our three speakers, Ms. Monica Matusak from JRC, Ms. Denisa Perin from DG REGIO, and we'd also like to thank Mr. Viktor Nidovic, coordinator of 3S process in Serbia. And of course, thank you, Mr. Rostislav Tomenchuk. Thank you for inviting me. And I hope that today's and tomorrow's events will inspire the representatives of our regional teams to get involved more actively, to resume some of the connections and linkages that unfortunately have been put on hold or suspended because of the quarantine measures. And hopefully you will be able to involve some members of the media. Would you like to add something on your behalf? Can you hear us? Mr. Victor, would you like to say something?
Because, yeah, thank you very much. The question, the connection is really wrong. I don't know what is the reason. Maybe this situation with COVID and Corona that press a lot the existing networks and.
And unfortunately, we'll lose Mr. Victor again. Hopefully, we'll still have some more meetings. Hopefully, there will be more meetings. And he will share his secrets with us. And I would probably like to give the floor to the next panel. Thank you for your attention, and I wish everyone a success on this pathway, which is full of challenges. Dear colleagues, we continue. Now our panel is to do directly with the situation in Ukraine. And as part of today's panel, we would like to discuss the institutional support for smart specialization, the maintaining of the dialogue at the national level, the dialogue at both national and regional levels. And within this scope, we would like to invite 3 profile ministry representatives who, through their work and operations and their documents, as well as goals that they set for themselves, identify the necessity for synchronization of the state policy in education and economic development. It's the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Regional Development in particular. And for this topic in particular, in addition to the representatives of these ministries mentioned above, we have invited an expert who deals with smart specialization, Mr. Ramoius Reimeris, who used to consult a few regions in Ukraine. This year, he is in a new status, in a new capacity. He is a representative of the EU Commission. He is a representative of JRC, working in this Joint Research Center. And in addition to that, we have also invited another expert of ours who worked with regions last year in Ukraine. That's Ms. Kasia Kaczkowska. She's a representative of S3 team in Poland, and that's the format that we suggest to go along with. You can see Kasia, she's already online, and you can see her video. So something we would like to engage you in talking about is to do with institutional capacity building, how we can enhance this cooperation in order to understand the mutualities that are there in different strategies, in different ministries, how to align this proper communication at the horizontal level between various ministries involved, as well as how to demonstrate these opportunities to support regional teams in smart specialization and the implementation of this work in field. Also, we were interested in the topic of resources. We understand that this topic deserves perhaps more, maybe even a separate event. However, we will endeavor, as part of this panel discussion, to touch upon the possibility of finding the national and necessary resources, because we understand that every country depending on its regional, national, and other kinds of strategies. If we talk about the Ministry of Science and Education, they talk about various resources to maintain academics, scientists. It's the program Horizon 2020. If we talk about the Ministry of Regional Development, we're talking about cross-sectoral program of support issued by European Union, something which is guides the work of the Ministry of Regional Development. And Ministry of Economics have their own tools to do with startups concerning the support of small and medium sized businesses. Therefore, for us, as we have been developing the process of smart specialization, we would like to align a very good dialogue with various stakeholders at the national level. Besides, we have to understand that Ukraine has its own specificity, if you like. When we listened to Mr. Viktor Nedovic from Serbia, he spoke about developing a national strategy, because territory-wise and population-wise, depending on different categories, not every country goes to do that for the national level. Our specificity is about such a thing that we develop regional strategies, and they develop their own regional strategies too. But at that, there is also a coordination at the national level. We have relations that we maintain with the European Commission. We have a national policy for each of these domains in particular. Therefore, that's something that we would like to raise as a topic today, and we are grateful to Ms. Kasia Kaczkowska, who will talk about that, how they were able to align this cooperation between the national and regional levels. Because we talk about regional smart specialization, but at that, we understand that the role of the profile direct ministries is extremely key. It's something that sets the mode and rhythm for the regions in their operations. Therefore, if you don't mind, I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Ramoius Reimeris, a representative of JRC of the European Commission. I'm happy to welcome you, Ramoyus. My greetings
Hi.
to you. Thank you for joining us. And of course, thanks a lot for the work that you have already done in Ukraine in the previous years of consulting and advising and supporting Ukrainian regions. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rostislav. It's very nice to be a part of this. I already saw the first part of the conference, and it was very interesting for me to see your presentation and other speakers, of course, because during the previous years I was zoomed with particular regions, 2 or 3 regions, but now you presented them as a whole, as a whole country progressing towards having the smart specialization. And it was very interesting to see already how much you did achieve and how much progress is being made. And actually, very interesting thing is that you already try to make categories out of particular regions within the specialization, the sectorial specialization that they would fall initially, of course, because the process is not over yet. And I think there's so many possibilities to continue this process and to make some new discoveries, especially when the cross-sectorial approach will be taken, that probably the specialization can be not just focusing on particular sector, but having something falling between 2 or 3 sectors. And that provides so much possibilities, so much unique specialization possibilities, that I'm really looking forward for all the progress that will be made this year and probably next year when the conditions will allow that. Talking about the resources, the question, is there enough resources? It's very hard to answer because by any means, each region is different one. And it's very hard to assess at the current situation how much resources are mobilized at this very moment and how much more is needed, especially when the strategies are not really finished yet. But what I was thinking, what we can already be addressing and talking about is, do we have the required mix of resources or variety of resources that could be employed to push the strategy forward and to implement it successfully afterwards? So I believe that, first of all, we can talk about financial resources, funding, which always is kind of put forward as a very important part, but it's not just only important part. And even talking about the funding, Ukraine is very interesting country with such a multi-level approach, meaning that you have national level, you have regional level, and then you have local level, which could be as Hromady and could be like a municipality of the city in other cases. So basically all the levels could be kind of tied together or to kind of harmonize together for the implementation of a smart specialization strategy, for implementation of the selected priorities, meaning that each of the levels could have its share of required funding. If we develop regional strategies, probably the regional funding source is the most important one. But then this could be a part of national funding into that. And of course, a part of local level also into that, because probably some of the projects will be kind of embedded into the local level of the strategies. They're going to be within the cities mostly. The other very important thing, I think, that we also can consider to be as a resource is commitment. The commitment can come with a legislation, meaning that the strategy has a proper acknowledgement among the legislators. Again, it can be national, regional level, maybe municipality level. Again, the required attention is given within the paper, and all the obstacles are challenged within the paper that strategy can be implemented afterwards. There are very, very good progress at the national level and of course at the regional levels, especially that the strategies are now being almost finished, all the regional strategies being finished, and you have a place for smart specialization to fit in those strategies. I think that's a great job that's being done. Another thing about commitment, I think it's agreement among the stakeholders. So what is the smart specialization strategy? I mean, it's very resourceful if you can just go out into any kind of conference and any kind of meeting and can say that do we know what is our smart specialization strategy? What are the priorities? And what is our commitment? And majority of the stakeholders would say that, yes, we know, and they would provide similar answers. And that's very resourceful because then you have your commitment aligned among the stakeholders. And of course, uh, last but not least is the whole ecosystem that later on will be implementers of this strategy. They will use funding that we talked about, they will use the commitment that is there, but actually they will be ones putting forward the projects and achieving the results. It comes, of course, with the higher education institutions, with the research institutions. Do they have the required capacities, the required resources to commit to those priorities that will be selected as potential ones to change the economy, to add some higher added value to the regional economy and to the national economy as well? Also, is there enough intermediary bodies or institutions to kind of act as a glue of the ecosystem that is needed from the business, uh, from the regional government, from the higher education institutions? Is there intermediary institutions? And one more thing, of course, is the business. Talking about the business, of course, there will be private companies who will be implementers of the project. It's not only higher education institutions or research institutions per se, but of course, it should be business as well. And then talking about the business, they come with their own resources. So how much private resources, given the public resources, can be mobilized? It's very important. What's going to be the conversion rate? And talking about the private resources, also, it's not just about the national business. I think you can think about international business as well. Maybe some public resources being put into the smart specialization strategy, being put into the priorities, which has enough commitment, enough legislation, and other kind of uh, support needed. Maybe they can mobilize some international business to commit their own resources into the implementation of the projects, not only the local ones. I think that this is the kind of the system that should be aiming for. And I believe that right now, where you're going through the entrepreneurial discovery process, it's very important that all these kind of parts of the puzzle would be present and would already start committing to the priorities. And the success of the implementation afterwards, I think it's very much dependent on that. So with this kind of a short, I don't know, review, reflection, I would like to end. Wish a very successful discussion. And maybe there's going to be some questions. I will be very glad to take them. So thank you, Rostislav. Back to you then.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reimeris. So, dear colleagues, thank you for such introduction topics and points in the beginning, which we heard now. As for the institutional capacities, those are the key points what we are facing now. For instance, we've got different tools, a huge toolkit in each ministry. Those could be tools for the development of SMEs. So for us, it's important to try to synchronize those points for those programs which are allocated for the development of SME, to take into account that some of the regions have a priority branch where they try to search for smart specialization. So their peculiarity is connected with the development of an SME, and it's important to take into account which priorities they have chosen and what they meant in the plan of actions. There is another case we are mostly mentioning, that is the cases from Odessa region, where Odessa region used to be in the pilot project, where within Donetsk transnational company, Odessa stakeholders took part in the formation of the policy, in the development of the agricultural cluster according to the smart specialization principles. This was the case when we faced that Ukraine has been already involved into this project and tried to find how we could develop this cluster as for agriculture in Odessa region. Though at the moment, Odessa region did not even develop the vision of agriculture, or moreover, the authorities, the local self-governance authorities did not even know that there are some people who take part in this project at the national level. There is another case, which is just a recent one, where we managed to combine different levels. That is Rivne region, which is developing smart specialization now as for the wood processing and furnishing manufacturing, and it coincided because one of the projects, together with the Ministry of Education, simultaneously provided the pilot research which stuff is needed, labor resources, and how can we organize the training for the employees who are working or will be working in the wood processing branch or in the sphere of furnishing manufacturing. So if we define certain priorities, if we form smart specializations, there are different components which have their own tasks and aims. We can launch and define that our priority will be something connected with the furnishing manufacturing, but still we will face the issue whether our employees, our staff is ready, who are in the places, in the regions where this priority is defined. The same situation is in Transcarpathia, in Zakarpattia region, where they won the project on the support of creative industries. It is appointed for 2 years, though the Transcarpathia is not moving that quickly to develop this priority in the sphere of creative industry. There can be a certain overlapping that we will be using the available resources, but they won't be efficiently used because all of the rest of the participants won't be involved in the process. So this is when I'd like to give the floor to Miss Tatiana Sleshova, the head of the expert group in the Ministry of the head of the expert group and the head of the main department in the Directorate of the Industrial Policy and Stimulation of the Development of Regions in the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Agriculture of Ukraine. I'm really happy to see this component here because this is what we were mentioning for a long time. In the Ministry of Economy, they've created a separate unit, a separate structure. There are people who are directly responsible for the implementation and development of the smart specialization priorities. This is one of the goals which we pointed in 2016 or 17 for this process to have a certain institutionalization. So the next stage we are mentioning, and what Nino mentioned during the previous session, is the opportunity to create the national team where we would like to synchronize the tasks and the opportunities of each of the ministries. In this case, we are speaking about 3 ministries: Ministry of Education, Ministry of Economy, and Ministry of Regional Development. But at the stage of the development of other branches, we will understand that this process should involve the line ministries which deal with the implementation of this or that policy. If we have the priority of agriculture, it's obvious that we need to involve the Ministry of Agriculture. Well, we don't have them here. We have it in the Ministry of Economy. But still, if there are environmental cases, could we connect that with transport issues or the Ministry of Priority branches of economies? So, Tatiana, the floor is yours. I'm happy to hear you. Thank you that you joined us. Good day. Do you hear me now? Yes, we hear you well. I would like to begin with the following. The process of the implementation of smart specializations allowed us to shift the focus of the regional development more for the economic development of the region, maybe to get away from the development of the region only, but somehow we're looking through the development of the infrastructure. We saw the regional fund, we saw which projects we need to implement through the regional strategy, and now we had a bit of a shift of the focus of our regions more to the development of economy. Smart specialization, in fact, allowed the regional teams to look at the development of the region from a different perspective. So now, when the majority of the regions have already approved their regional strategies, we can have certain conclusions about our common work and make certain summing up and separate certain issues we are facing, so to dwell upon them and to pose certain tasks for us. Okay, we are frozen. We've lost the connection, right? So there was the certain department or authority created which coordinated the work on smart specialization. We're catching up our colleagues a bit, maybe a bit of a late now, but now at the level of the Ministry of Economy, and the regions know about that because we have created the request for the candidates onto the coordination center. So we'd like to create the coordination center like this. First and foremost, it will act at the central level, and we will have the permanent connection with the regions. And also this coordination center will include, in fact, the board of the state region administration, for this issue of smart specialization to be one of the priorities of the activities of the state region administrations. So at the staff potential of the development should be the first focus of ours. Then we have an issue which is still not solved, even according to the results of the work of all of the regions, though they have already defined their smart specialization. This is the lack of the methodological base. So, knowing that during 2018 we've introduced the amendments to the Decree 231 and 232 and expanded the methodological recommendations on the development of regional strategies, still the regions are complaining, and we can see the problem that as of now we have a huge need in the development of a document, of a methodology to define smart specialization. There are certain problems in that. We've developed the first option. We sent it out to our leading scientific and academic institutions, to the region state administrations. We've got some feedback already. We are working on those methodological recommendations still, but we will have the further issue because there is some lack of statistics, the indicators which are used to define smart specialization. And again, recently I read the research of the Dolishny Institute, and if we implement this kind of a formula approach, or we will define the methodology precisely, the most important thing for us to preserve this economy of the regions which we have now. Not to focus smart specialization onto raw materials only. So together with the State Statistical Service, we need to work on the list of the indicators and statistical data we'll be using. So first, when we began the process of the development of regional strategies, all of the regions said, what will be in the end, for the sake of what we are working? Why do we develop and collect the businesses? What will be in the end of the day? So they meant whether there will be certain financial resource who would help to implement smart specialization. So since the moment when the Ministry of Economy launched the department on smart specialization, this certain financial resource allocation is our first and foremost task. In summer, we prepared certain proposals for the budget request, and we were trying to foresee the certain resource for the implementation of 2 or 3 pilot projects in the region, taking into account the scarceness of the resource. There won't be such resource next year, but we will not finalize this work. We will go on trying to foresee certain state support of the smart projects. So we also need to consider other resources. We have the State Fund of Regional Development, but there are certain issues there with the funding of the projects, as we either need to introduce the changes in the order to see how this mechanism of funding can be foreseen, or we need to search for other sources. The Institute of Dolishny shows one of the presidential decrees which foresaw the creation of the research fund or the opportunity of funding of smart projects within this fund. We have the innovations fund. We need to consider maybe any other budget resources which could be involved in the implementation of smart projects. First of all, to make business interested and to show them how perspective it is. For the next planned period after 2027, this topic still to be interesting for the businesses. Besides that, it would be reasonable to look at the regional strategies which are approved. Some of the smart goals are foreseen, and we need to develop the mechanism of the implementation of those goals, how we will provide the achievement of those goals. Here, the regions are given intelligent support on the development of the projects. I'm cooperating with the regions, and there is no precise answer or vision which that project should be, what it should be. I don't hear anything like that. It would be reasonable to begin this training process because the staff hunger, the lack of the staff is felt in that. It would be very reasonable even to provide this support to us and to the regions. So this is the list in a nutshell how I could characterize our problematics. We are working, and now I would say that the regions should be actively involved into our methodology, methodological recommendations to define smart specialization. Several regions have already provided us with certain proposals. We will take them into account, of course. And that is why I'm awaiting for such a cooperation. If there are any questions, please come to us. We are daily at work, so you can apply using our cell phones numbers. So we will try to solve the issues. If there are any questions, please, you're free to ask them. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tatiana. So now I'd like to ask Ms. Yulia Bezvershenko, Director General of the Directorate on Science and Innovation, to join us. Ms. Yulia, are you with us? Good day, yes. Do you hear me? Yes, I'm happy to hear you, Yulia. Thank you. Thank you for the dynamics this year. I'm happy that you've involved and advised to conduct separate measures with the centers which deal with the program of the Horizon 2020 in different environments. Those were rather important proposals from you as for the horizontal communication with different stakeholders. So please, Ms. Yulia.
Yes, I thank you for this communication and this cooperation likewise, because it's absolutely necessary for us to provide access to information, to raise awareness, because local stakeholders that could get involved in the process of shaping regional S3 specializations and strategies, and by doing so would be able to understand better from themselves the interest that they could gain from that. They should get involved right from the beginning, so they will be able to see the structure of opportunities. Therefore, the relevant communities have to be permeated with this idea. Therefore, at our Directorate of Science and Innovation, it really matters that academics, scientific workers within the program of Horizon 2020 should be aware of what opportunities are available in Ukraine in this area. And I think that this coordination at the national level and what ministries can provide as a useful approach to align and to connect and provide linkage is something that Ms. Tatiana said about when she said that this involvement in the process, this keen interest in the process, and the level of understanding of this process has to be really raised in the region. We have to talk to these stakeholders in a language understandable and accessible to them in order to explain why this matters. From the perspective of what we are doing in order to make sure that S3 is embedded in different policies, especially in connection with science and education. Firstly, it's the activities that we do in order to develop the policies and innovations. In this sense, I think that everything that we do to support the development of innovations in Ukraine is the foundation work to help the further development and implementation of S3 in Ukraine. This is the development strategy adopted in 2019. This is the legislation, drafting legislation at the Parliament of Ukraine, and we are trying to activate all of the necessary stuff revolving around industrial zones, technology transfer. Also at the ministry, we have a special plan which is to be endorsed by the ministry right now, a draft plan. So something that we can offer in terms of normative regulations with regard to innovations in order to allocate the necessary budgeting, which perhaps not in 2021, but anyway, we need to make sure that it happens the sooner the better in order to support and maintain innovation development in Ukraine. Next, it's the involvement in the European innovation and research space, and one of the cornerstones there is definitely smart specialization and the upgraded version of the roadmap, which we are preparing right now to be approved as one of the priorities. There, one of the items is S3, so it matters that the number of different policies which we are developing and we are trying to implement in the area of education have to be approved and endorsed in order to bring to the common denominator a number of things which are to do with science and innovations, especially with regard to regional development. Also, we also set out our intention to maintain the dialogue between science and the public sector. And of course, we hope that this will be implemented and realized. With regard to our cooperation with the EU, we constantly include it into the relevant documents that we want to cooperate with the European Innovation Council and to coordinate the policies and the implementation of different tools with regard to innovation activities and operations in Ukraine. Concerning institutional capacity development at the level of the government definitely should foster the development and implementation of smart specialization. Of course, we face with many challenges. Rostislav invited us to discuss such challenges, to coordinate these activities at the level of different ministries. This is really, truly challenging. On the other hand, without it, things will not move. So when we talk about S3, when we talk about innovation activities, we need to be fully aware of the fact that only well-aligned, linked work between various respective ministries, when we find out that all of the ministries probably are interested in that, or the predominant majority of them, so it really matters. It's a number of policies, a policy mix that have to be agreed between. Secondly, it's a number of different financial tools that have to be aimed at different things, once again, and talked through, well thought through in different ministries, because the location of budgeting is something which is set out in the strategic programs by the majority of different ministries, and therefore all of them have various toolkits that theoretically could also be aimed at maintaining and supporting regional smart specialization. And in this respect, this coordination center, if it is created at one point in the future, will definitely facilitate the synchronization and information exchange. And the ministry is ready to be involved in the workings and operations of this body once it is created. I think it's definitely something which is needed. With regard to financial support and maintenance, as Ms. Tatiana, the previous speaker, said, in every ministry there is a certain toolkit that can maintain and support some research and development. Of course, there's a national fund of research and development. There is a fund of innovation development, the so-called startup fund. But we have to be aware of one thing. At the moment, the normative base does not contain, as its underpinning, does not contain smart specialization as one of its pillars. So if we introduce some amendments to some normative and legal acts or retarget some of the competitions, that will definitely help. With regard to more systemic work, if we talk about science and innovation, it's a system of science and technology, the priorities. Now, for the year 20 and 21, they have been approved. And now we will be talking about how to prolong them to the next 1-2 years in order to once again include innovation approach in these items and how everything should be approached systemically. And if part of these systems of priorities of science, education, innovative activities would include smart specialization, then that would immediately, from the standpoint of legislation, would allow to unblock certain budgeting, allocation of funds that would definitely go to these priority areas of work. Therefore, if this synchronization does occur, this would definitely create and make for certain additional ways of financing. If not, it means that on the basis of each and every available tool, we will have to look for specific support for different projects, because right now it's really haphazardly, very randomly, each regional scientific or academic project can find its own support in order to finance, for instance, the small Academy of Sciences. And this is not going to be an extra credit in its favor if it takes into account S3. This is sad, but this is what the situation is like. We still have food for thought, a lot of ground to cover, and that's something that needs to be further done. But for that, we need a system of systemic public support, governmental support, in order to make sure that S3 definitely becomes one of the fundamental elements for such toolkits. And therefore, on the behalf of the Directorate, I really confirm our interest, our keen interest in this work. And we hope that this institutional capacity will not become a block, barring us from implementing smart specialization in Ukraine. Thank you very much, Yuda. I immediately have a question to ask of you, although we will have some time for questions at the end of this session. But anyway, this coordination board that you were talking about, how can it work? Because there are different formats of work. It can be an advisory body at one of the ministries. That'll be one kind of statuses where you go, they listen to you. This coordination center as an advisory body, how impactful will it be for approving the decisions that will be taken at the level of such coordination body in order to facilitate or streamline or speed up maybe some of the changes, amendments to the legislation that you have mentioned? Or should it have a broader status, a greater mandate, not just an advisory body at one of the ministries? So how do you see the role and the function and the capacity of this advisory body or the consultation committee, as you mentioned it? Shall I answer immediately? Yes, please, if you can. Well, in a nutshell, if we talk about coordination between various ministries, then the formal format will be not singling out a single ministry and appointing it as the head, but having it done under the cabinet of ministers. But here, of course, political leadership matters, because what we know from history with regard to science and innovations, it's something that we haven't had a lot of success with. If we talk about the National Council on Science and Innovations, this body unfortunately convenes only once a year at best. And this should be a collection of various stakeholders from public and private sectors and business sectors under the auspices of the Prime Minister. During the time of the term of Mr. Groisman, we had more such meetings than just once a year. So I suppose, once again, it should be something set up at the Ministry of the Cabinet at the level of the Cabinet of Ministers. On the other hand, if there is no political leader at the level of at least a vice prime minister who will be definitely pushing it, if he regularly monitors and makes sure that all of the stakeholders swap and exchange information, if he or she does not maintain the necessary dynamics, then it won't be functional. So there are 2 points to consider. It's not the body as such. It's a body plus the political leadership element in order to ensure this dynamics. And next, of course, we need to ensure this proper working with regard to legislation, and then it'll continue working because the ministry, each of the respective ministries will claim for themselves a particular part of this legislation, and then of course this body will coordinate their processes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yulia, and I would like to give the floor to our third, or rather fourth speaker, Viktor Podorozhny, CEO, General Director General of the Directorate for Regional Politics at the Ministry of Communications and Territories Development of Ukraine. Something we would like to hear from you is your opinion on coordination, as well as how it's possible to synchronize maybe the projects or some priorities within the project work of the Ministry of Regional Development or the sectoral work, where we have a lot of competitions announced right now in order to help regions more effectively to implement and to reach the goals that they have set themselves. Hypothetically speaking, not all of the regions are developing their priorities for smart specialization in detail. But in order to analyze and understand whether they can apply for different programs, because these programs are open and available publicly right now. So how can we best synchronize this information available concerning who is involved in what, which region is involved in which development, which stages they're at in terms of implementation of their S3 strategies, so that others can compare their activities with more successful regions in order to avoid the situation that we had in Odessa region a few years ago, because this project right now is running to its end. But in fact, Ukraine was included in the development of S3 in agricultural programs through clusterization, together with 20 other programs, which at that time already had their priorities developed. But Ukraine in Odessa region at the time was just commencing this work, and they didn't have the vision or the ability how to do it. And I think these are typical mistakes. This can happen to anyone. But we understand and we are ready to talk about it in order to include all of this stuff. And we can include all of this, once again, by way of horizontal coordination, once again, knowing who is moving along which lines, who's got strengths and who's got weaknesses. Just like at the Ministry of Regional Development, they said that they wanted to develop medical tourism. So others claim that they would like to develop more biochemistry. So when regions begin to apply for various programs, we need to see this overlapping. Is this in line with their priorities because they have already conducted so much? Or this shouldn't be supported because theoretically speaking, it's beyond the scope of the qualitative result. I'm sorry for this long introduction, but I would be really happy to hear from you your consideration concerning your vision with regard to coordination and synchronization. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Mr. Rostislav, thank you for this opportunity extended to me, because it's really relevant for us to develop our regional development through S3. I will begin with the last question that you had concerning horizontal coordination. Let me start by saying that now at the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, there is a cross-agency, interagency body on the matters of regional development, and they raise a lot of very important issues. And the head of this coordination commission is the Prime Minister of Ukraine. And of course, it includes all of the executive bodies. And the last meeting took place in the month of October, and the next one, they will see the development of different measures developed and the strategy through 2023, and they will have to present all of the measures that we have been trained about in order to implement the strategy in an appropriate way. What Ramoja spoke about concerning how many layers of regional development there should be. Now the concept of implementing and shaping state and regional policy is to introduce the necessary amendments to the legislation, and we have some amendments planned, and we speak about the three-layer system, because the current level is just the national, then the regional strategy, and the strategy at the level of communities, local communities. Smart specialization, first of all, as a collocation, came to Ukraine very recently. However, given the methodology operational in Ukraine, you, Mr. Rostislav, know it best that in early 2019, we endeavored to study that methodology, to master it, in order to develop and devise the foundational strategy for smart specialization in Ukraine, and we managed to do that successfully. In Chernivtsi region in particular, where we piloted this project on the basis of S3, with the help of various diagrams, we managed to focus on smart specialization that can become foundation for the development of the whole region. And if we talk about numerous regions that also have such confirmed and endorsed strategies, they concentrate on certain economic areas, economic domains. So we need to consider resources, raw materials, for instance, of manpower, and the specificity of every field of industry, because a lot of fields of industry, they choose for themselves metalworking, machine building, for instance, which is characteristic of their specificity. But if we talk about the prepared personnel, trained and skilled personnel, I agree with Ms. Yulia that as of today, there should be a targeted program for development and perfecting and advancing all areas of education that the regional economics really requires. What the specific strategy of S3 per every region requires is for the development of any field of economics is, of course, the preparation of the well-skilled and trained staff. And when devising the strategies, I can say that nearly all regions in Ukraine, they have already had them approved at their regional and local councils. And they are going to be implemented in the next planned period, through the periods of 2021 through 2027. They have already identified their specializations in order to achieve a certain result.
Because at the meetings of the focus groups, there were lots of meetings where it has been conducted with the participants, with the scientific institutions, with the participants of the representatives of the academic sector, and also the vocational institutions which are acting in the region and which can reprofile their graduates for the regional needs. And of course, when we said that there should be some institutional support to provide the smart specialization of the region, today we can see that in 17 out of 24 regions, there are the agencies of the regional developments which are already created, and the founders of which are the regional councils and the regional state administrations, and who can already provide a certain research work, and they do that, in fact, to focus upon the proper projects. We are speaking about the deficit of the project management, who need to develop certain projects. As we implement any strategy to achieve strategic goals, for that we need high-quality projects. for the plan of actions to include not only ideas, but the preparation of certain projects, to group them. And in some of the regions, there are success cases where, with the participants of the Agency of Regional Development, there has been developed huge projects which were created for the achievement of the SMART goal of specialization, which was separately defined as a strategic goal for each regional strategy. So today, I can see that we have even some of the projects. They were given for the assessment to the experts. The majority of them are really not done for the capital expenses or construction. Those are really powerful development projects which are directed today in each separate region, and sometimes they combine interests of several regions. This is the next step of the Ministry of Regional Development. In fact, to develop several approaches to provide those three-level systems of planning to develop certain areas at the macro region. So there is such a huge project for the development of economy, for the creation of job places, and for the ruining of those disproportions in some of the regions of the Carpathian region. And also, together with the stakeholders, we are developing the concept of the transformation of certain areas. Those are the regions of Lugansk, Donetsk regions, and parts of Dnipropetrovsk. But we also have Volyn region. There are certain discrepancies in the strategies of the development of those regions, but there are certain similarities which are included in the concept of the transformation up to 2030. There will be certain state programs to implement certain projects, including smart specialization. As for the sources, how we can achieve the strategic goals, main points for smart specialization. Well, of course, everybody is having hopes for the state fund, but there are also their own main resources of the enterprises and also the funds of the international technical assistance, which is a very nice argument and mechanism to achieve smart specialization. And the most important thing that today in the regions we've developed the project about the project on the voting from the State Development Fund. There are certain developments in terms of references which are provided for the approval by the regions. Approximately 30% can be allocated by the State Fund of Regional Development for each region to achieve the implementation of the projects, add certain job places, the development of certain branches of development, which the regions defined as smart in economy. So, we are developing in this direction with smart specialization. It has begun recently, but now we are grateful for our international partners and donors who are helping us to understand smart specialization. Every region can simultaneously develop the same branches of economy. Every region has to concentrate upon their peculiarities. With the help of smart specialization, every region can see its opportunities which it can use using the funds of the Technical International Assistance or the State Fund of Regional Development to be sure that they will be able to achieve their strategic goal after and the most important thing is that every region can be sure that certain funds from the state budget are allocated for the implementation of the state regional policy and will be attached to certain regions. During the development of the amendments to the law about the principles of the state policy and the budget code, Article 24, which regulates the allocation of the funds, there should be the gradual increase of the State Fund of Regional Development, in 2021 at least 1%, and then every year up to 2023, to have at least 3% in the state budget for the revenue part of the state budget, which in their turn will be allocated, the main part, for the development projects. And of course, there will be the part for the improvement of the infrastructure, that is kindergarten, schools, but the vast majority will be allocated for the development. We have certain projects, and we have an intense work on the regional commissions. We can see that the regions have already the highly qualified and quality projects for the increase of the number of job places. Those are powerful projects which can be implemented in each region. There are certain questions. As for the expenses, this should be the funding part, which is also a very important question, how we can fund the projects. But we would like to mention and to persuade our colleagues from the Ministry of Economy that such kind of work is still conducted. I'd like to remark that just this week, with all of the central executive branch authorities, we had some public discussions on the implementation of the state strategy up to 2023. So it's so important for the central authorities of executive branch, for all of the ministries and stakeholders, to see those measures which will be created as the first strategic goals for the development of the economy, considering the smart specialization of each separate region. Thank you. Are there any questions? Well, I think the questions will be during the Q&A session after all of the speeches. I will try to read them out loud, and you will be able to see them in the broadcast, live broadcast. Oh no, the experts won't see it. Well, at least we can see the broadcast in a different format. So thank you so much. Thank you, Victor. It was a nice idea about the coordination center. I think we'll come back to this issue later in the Q&A session. And now I'd like to give the floor to our Polish colleague. We've got such a format, Ukraine within, and then Ramo Jusremeris from Lithuania began, and the last speech is by Kasia Kaczkowska from Poland. Dmytro Kuleba, if he had been here, he would compare it with Lublin Triangle, such an initiative of Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania, which has been founded recently. But let us come back. Ms. Kasia, I'm happy to hear you. Thank you that you've joined us. I would like to hear, well, thank you for your work, which you have conducted with the Ukrainian regions last year. And, in fact, the discussion of today more concerns the national level. That is why it's interesting to hear the experience of Poland in this case and your reflections about what you heard already.
Thank you very much, Rostislav, and it's really good to see you guys, even though it's only a remote conference. I'm very sorry we couldn't meet in person, but it was very interesting for me to hear the interventions of your colleagues from the three ministries, and it's very, very satisfactory to see the development of the work since last year. So it's really good to hear that despite the pandemic and the difficult circumstances this year, you have been able to do such a great job developing your smart specialization strategy, but also thinking about the whole system and how it should work and should be organized. I'm going to try to share a presentation with you. It's in English, and I'm really sorry for that. I hope the interpreters will help you understand the slides, and I'll try to also speak slowly to let you digest the contents of the slides. Okay, I think, yeah. Good. I hope you can see the slides right now. Okay, so just to begin with, my presentation focuses on coordination and coordination tools on the national level and between the national and the regional level. What I'd like to start with is maybe to say that this kind of coordination is really a lot of informal activities that would be carried out by a lot of parties. So we have to, of course, we are the administration, so we have to take care of all the formal sides of the regulatory background, of the proper acts and normative acts. But on the other hand, what is different in the approach of smart specialization is that you really need to take care for people to get to know each other and to work together on a daily basis, even if they are in different ministries and different departments at different levels of the administration. So I'm going to highlight it throughout my presentation, but I think it's a really important point that I'd like to make, that it's basically the people who get the process going, not just the regulations and the procedures. Okay, so to look at the Polish case, what we had in the very beginning, and I think we all struggle with that in every country or every region, is that we started with having at least three ministries. So very similarly to the layout in Ukraine, we had the Ministry of the Economy, the Ministry of Science, and the Ministry of Regional Development. And these three ministries were working pretty much in silos. So people were simply dealing with their areas of competence. And we had a lot of strategies, a lot of thick books that described each and every area of the operation of the government. So basically, everyone just kept to their own area, and there wasn't much talking or coordination as such. And what is really important, and I think what has really changed kind of the mindset of all of us, is that through working on smart specialization, we really acknowledged and we have practiced the kind of practical contacts and dialogue also within the administration, because it's really, really important to see that if you want to come out to your partners, your stakeholders from the industry, from research, from other administration agencies, you have to coordinate very well within the, first of all, national administration. So that's a very, very important thing. And the way you communicate to the stakeholders, the way you kind of formulate your documents, or negotiate them internally before you go out to other stakeholders is of utmost importance. It's really vital. So as I said, when we started, we had 3 ministries and we had separate sectoral strategic documents. We had the strategy of efficiency innovation, which was drafted by the Ministry of the Economy. We had the National Research Program, of course, of the Ministry of Science. And we had the so-called horizontal midterm development strategy, which was adopted by the Council of Ministers, but was prepared by the Ministry of Regional Development. So a very classical, I'd say, division in the administration. Everyone kept to kind of their own strategy and their own area. What we took to doing is, first of all, the coordination on political level. So we mobilized and encouraged our ministers to actually start talking within this triangle of the 3 ministries, the ministers, or more often really the vice ministers, to discuss and agree the basic communication between them. It seems to be super important, first of all, of course, because it's the politicians who set the agenda for the civil servants, for the administration, for our daily operations, and also because ministers tend to communicate a lot outside to the general public. And if they do that, then it's really important that these communications are not conflicting, or that they are not incoherent. So in order to ensure that, we actually, first of all, brought them to agree that we need one smart specialization strategy document, and it would be worked out by the 3 ministries, and it would be a common document. Even if one of us is the champion of smart specialization, still we regard this document as a shared document of the 3 ministries. And then we need to do that in order to reach the common goal, which for us in our case was basically financing from EU, but also of course reaching the goals of smart specialization, and that is most importantly the growth in the particular areas. But the practical goal that we needed to show to our ministers was basically the financing. The benefits that we saw from this kind of communication and agreement between the politicians was, first of all, that they had some commitment. And I probably need to mark it that when we began, we had a coalition government, and these 3 ministers, they were from 2 different parties. So again, their agendas were not exactly perfectly aligned. But with this exercise, with the explanation and kind of getting them to acknowledge the common strategy, we got their commitment, and then we got them to communicate outside very clearly and very coherently. So that was really, really important. And because of that, because of the work we've done to kind of show it to them, explain it to them, that brought the smart specialization pretty high on the agenda. So when they were talking to journalists, or that when they were having some public appearances, they usually would mention smart specialization in their speeches as one of the most important exercise they were doing. So I think that was a very, very beneficial exercise. But then we also needed to kind of cooperate on an operational level. So between departments of ministries, between heads of departments, that is really important because, of course, as you have ministers and they have terms, they come and go, but usually the civil servants stay for a much longer time. So if you have good cooperation on the kind of working operational level, that can make you really keep up the agenda and the strategy going, and the entrepreneurial discovery process going, even if there's political changes on the ministerial levels. So we needed kind of coordination between the departments and on the operational level, just to ensure practical daily operation and long-term cooperation between the ministries. And how we achieved this? We achieved it by appointing of a steering group, and I'll explain on the next slide and explain you a little more about how the steering group worked. And we achieved it also by clear assignment of roles. So we decided which ministries would be responsible for designing strategic documents, but also kind of inviting partners to participate in the strategic processes, manage the implementation, and finance the implementation. So that was kind of like assigned, and we all knew which part was each of us responsible for doing. The benefits would be, first of all, that we got the financing for the strategy, and then that we got like long-term practical commitment. So everyone in the relevant departments knew what smart specialization is, why we need it, what is the purpose of the strategy, and they kind of directed their actions towards that. That was a really important achievement, I believe. Okay, so the steering group was kind of a national platform for coordination of the three ministries. As I said, the Ministry of Economy, of Science, and of Regional Development. And the formal members of the steering group are the heads of departments. So these are the people who usually work in the ministries long term. They really know very well the competences of the relevant departments. But they are not just operational level, they take managerial decisions at pretty high level, at least in Poland. The roles assigned were as such. The Ministry of the Economy was and is the champion of the S3 process. So they basically manage the strategic process of the smart specialization strategy. They also propose kind of strategic ideas, what kind of support for the economy, for the enterprises basically should be offered. So they focus on, for example, tax reliefs or on startup financing. So they offer kind of ideas on where the support should be directed. The Ministry of Science, with their competence in the research area, they deal with selecting strategic investment in R&D infrastructure. They focus also on mobilizing research partners to participate in the smart specialization exercise. And the Ministry of Regional Development first of all, manages EU funds and designs the program, so collects all the ideas for support that could be offered within the operational programs, and then designs specific instruments in consultation with the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Science. The steering group practically meets 3 to 4 times a month, so it's pretty often. But it's a discussion that has a very large variety of subjects, I'd say. First of all, the group formally adopts modification of S3 areas. This is done annually. We've decided to try to do it annually. But also informally, we discuss draft strategies or ideas for strategies. We discuss programs, we discuss ideas for instruments, we discuss the design of instruments and specific problems that are noticed in various instruments. And we also discuss the way we communicate to the general public and to the stakeholders. So this is also basically agreed. If we hold events, we usually invite one another. So there's 3 ministries usually represented at most of the events. And this kind of steering group or platform, it offers really good kind of understanding of the policies for the 3 ministries. I said that the people involved were the heads of department, and these are usually the departments for innovation or the department for development and innovation. So this kind of departments on the practical side. And I think it's working pretty well also because throughout the years that we've worked together, we got to really like know each other. So I'd say this is also kind of a personal thing that after you've worked together on a couple of instruments, programs, you simply get to know each other and to communicate better. So I think it's really also quite important on a personal level, I'd say. Then we go through to the coordination between the national and the regional level. Just to let you know, we have 16 regions in Poland, and we have a variety of economic specializations. Just as in Ukraine, we have more industrialized regions, more agricultural regions, regions with higher and lower levels of unemployment. However, what is common for all the regions is that they have considerable autonomy. And the autonomy is basically kind of um, not really regulatory, but it's first of all management of regional budgets and some instruments also supporting innovation from the regional budget. But they also cooperate with investors, of course, that wish to locate their investments in the region. And far and foremost, each region manages their own operational program co-funded by the European Commission. So by the European Union. And that means that each region has quite a reasonable budget for support of various areas, but innovation is one of the most important of them. And the regions are responsible for managing and designing the programs themselves. So each region at the starting point, at the outset, had their own regional innovation strategy. And we've had a formal division of competence between the national and regional level. What we didn't exactly have is a good network between the national and regional level, but also between the regions. The trouble was that the people that managed programs and dealt with support for innovation didn't exactly know each other very well. So the exchange of best practice was really limited. The kind of ability to network the partners, like from research and enterprises, was really, really low. So we actually worked on a gradual increase and enhancement of the coordination between the national and regional levels. We started with a series of workshops that where national and regional authorities were invited. And they were, first of all, organized by the World Bank. Then we kept on organizing them ourselves from the national level. But the workshops dealt with the smart specialization methodology, especially focusing on organizing and running the entrepreneurial discovery process. And with collecting data, with the particular problems that we all struggled with designing our smart specialization strategies. So there was a series, I think, every 2 months maybe we had a workshop. And again, of course, we learned a lot. There was we had really great experts, and we could ask them questions. That was like full 2 days usually of workshops, of lectures, of presentations and information. But these also allowed to build a very good network. So people basically got to know each other. And then if they had a problem, if they couldn't find a partner for a project, if they couldn't, I don't know, cope with some stakeholder who wasn't really cooperative, they could just call a colleague in a similar region and ask how they dealt with it or whether they had a similar problem. And that led the regions to establish the Regional Forum of Smart Specialization. This is a network of regions, a platform for regions to cooperate between themselves and exchange information and best practice on smart specialization. So that's a very important collaborative platform that we from the national level can kind of cooperate and exchange with. And then we also formed what we call the consultation group. The consultation group groups the regions but also national administration, so ministries and agencies involved in smart specialization. Plus, usually the heads of the working groups of smart specialization areas on the national level are invited. So this group actually allows for an exchange of information on not just the kind of approach to smart specialization and the entrepreneurial discovery, but also pretty often now we deal with particular problems, issues, networks in particular areas. So for example, there would be a meeting of the consultation group where we would have a big presentation devoted to support for IT projects or for waste management projects. And then we discuss how we approach the support, how we build the network, what kind of competence we have, what skills we lack, and so on. So that all brings us to kind of regular meetings and exchange of information based on these two platforms, the Regional Forum of Smart Specialization and the consultation group. The regional forum is basically just for the regions. It's usually only regions who are invited, while the consultation group kind of allows us to network between the national and the regional level. Just
Kasia,
to kind of
I beg your
maybe,
pardon, but we need to wrap up our presentations and our
sure.
time.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So that's one of the last slides. Okay. So just
2-3 minutes, if you please.
To conclude, we have because of the national regional cooperation that we had, the mechanisms that we've implemented, we have a more coherent innovation ecosystem in Poland. And we have a very good exchange of practice, and the networks are built. And I think that's really the main message I'd like to convey to you, that it is really important for people to get to know each other and to build a good network in order to be able to formally or informally exchange and coordinate their actions between themselves. Thank you very much.
Kasia, thank you ever so much for your presentation. We still have about 30 minutes left for us to answer the questions already asked, or perhaps to provide some reflections on what has been presented by the speakers in this panel. Therefore, I am about to open the chat where we have the streaming of our today's webinar, and I would like to read a couple of questions. The question to the Ministry of Economics. Ms. Tatiana, are you with us? Which of the instruments available of the public policies are planned to be used for smart specialization development? Are we talking about investment projects, industrial parks, priority industrial areas? What is being done for synchronization of the policies in this area? That's one question, and the same question was repeated several times. There is one question, once again addressing the Ministry of Economics. Can you explain more about smart specialization and regional specialization concerning the standardization of raw materials in the agrarian complex? It's a very, very difficult wording, but I still hope that we will still be able to find the answer. So, Ms. Tatiana, the floor is yours. And of course, I didn't quite catch the meaning of the second question. Can you hear me? Yes, I will read it again. Oh, they're speaking at the same time, I'm sorry. Please, the floor is yours, Ms. Tatiana. Can I speak now? With regard to industrial parks, next year we are planning to introduce global changes to the laws on incentivizing regional development of industries, and this draft law is going to be a complex one because it provides for changes on the law on industrial parks, and we also stipulate a number of amendments to a number of laws in the territories in the areas of priority development. We are also considering certain legislation to stimulate development of certain regions. And in these draft laws, we would like also to connect the laws on industrial parks and align it with smart specialization, because the point is that now at the legislation level on smart specialization, we only have few sentences in decrees 92 and 93 issued by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. No other executive body documents, whether it be regional authorities of the regional mandate of the authorities at the local levels, nothing in the legislation provides for the coordination of work, also providing advisory work, consultation work, how projects are implemented, how the identification of smart specialization should go about, the instruments for that. So for the next year, that's something that we have already planned. Concerning agriculture, I cannot answer this question. As far as I understand the content of this question, it related to how to combine priorities of S3 with a certain regional zonality of our country, given agrarian advantages. For instance, we may say that this region specializes in agriculture. Large areas of its land may be occupied, may be employed for agrarian sector. So how is it connected and how does it overlap with S3 priorities? First of all, I think that we shouldn't limit regions in terms of smart specialization that they identify for themselves. I think that back in 2019, a group went to Poland, of Ukraine went to Poland, and they got acquainted with the experience of identifying areas of priority work for S3. And the first experience they brought back to Ukraine was the experience of free choice. So if a region has a certain potential for the next 7 years, then why not develop it? We are not supposed to force anything on the regions in terms of identifying something for their smart specialization. Another point is, if the regional priority on smart specialization is of keen interest for the state, then we look in the strategy for national S3. We begin to see the areas, the zones identified, and where the priority support is going to be allocated. So if there is this synchronization of local S3 specialization with the national S3 specialization, then we definitely should and can speak about the national policies supporting regional policies, regional strategies. Will be helping at the national level if this becomes part of the national strategy, if it's identifying the national strategy of regional development, if there is a certain national strategy identifying the needs and wants for regional development made. Thank you for your answer. Now there is another question on the Fund of Innovation. The question is about what's happening to it.
Well, I'm also interested in this fund, and I won't tell you a thing now. I was interested, I wanted just to look which possible sources can be in the fund, but I cannot tell you a thing now. I don't know the situation. Let us do that in the following way. Give me the contact of the person who asked that, and I'll get in touch with him or her when I find out the information, and I provide the proper info. Okay, thank you so much. And there is a short question again for you, Ms. Tatiana. There's a question about the opportunities. Is there a certain communication with the Ministry of Regional Development when we analyze the projects which are applied or implemented at the expense of the State Fund of Regional Development, under the condition if they coincide with the possible branches or priorities of smart specialization? I think this is the clarification what I mentioned above. How can we synchronize those points for it to be not totally two separate processes? Because it may be such a situation that there is a Ministry of Economy, there is the regional administration, which deals with the implementation, the development of the priorities of smart specialization, and there is a certain separate stakeholder at the level of the region, which is implementing the project within the project of EDP and could potentially intersect and add to the project on the search and promotion of smart specialization, but they don't meet each other somehow, because we should have this communication or synchronization of this data and info on the projects of the CDP and which policies we implement from the colleagues from the Ministry of Regional Development and the Ministry of Education. Yes, this is more the question for the coordinational center on the implementation of smart specialization. So this will be a daily or maybe weekly connection, and maybe then we could get in touch with you. You said which document should adopt the work, approve the work of such group or coordination center. It seems to me as of now it is not that important. The most important thing for this center to work rapidly and quickly, for them to get in touch, to get together, because the overall national centers, which are approved by certain decrees, this is more of an issue of complicated character of the organization of work of such a center, where the frequency of the meetings is not that high, but we need this center to be a coordination one. Because in any moment, from any region, they could get to it, they could raise certain questions, and maybe they could quickly gather together and to solve it, maybe not even fully. As for this fund, you should go to the Ministry of Regional Development. I've got the question. Yes, please, would you like to add? If you're ready, yes, please. I'd like to add to the issue as for the use of funds on the State Fund of Regional Development for the goals of smart specialization. While the development of any strategy for the smart specialization, we defined the strategic goal. After that, we approved the plan of actions, which includes certain steps. And we have terms of reference for which we announced the contest for the fund of the State Fund of Regional Development, defined by each of the regional strategies. Only according to those terms of references, there can be certain projects applied. And the projects which don't have plan of actions, they cannot apply. Then the projects are selected not just to the executive branch authorities, but at the contest base. And the certain projects are selected at the regional level. The mechanism of the selection of the projects from the State Fund of Regional Development is like this. So we are always saying that there shouldn't be any money without the plans, and there shouldn't be any plans without the money. So what we planned for the 3 years, then the money from the State Fund of Regional Development at 2021 can be allocated for what was planned only. Those projects are selected at the certain online platform of the State Fund of Regional Development, and if the plan of actions was not approved, those projects cannot be applying and they cannot be selected. They should be implemented using the money of the private structures or certain investors or international technical assistance funds, or if there is such a need, using the funds of the local budgets. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. I've got the question for the Ministry of Education, as far as I understand. Ms. Yulia, if you're still with us, the question is the following. And maybe the Ministry of Economic Development as well. If you involve the scientists and academics in the participants of the entrepreneurial discovery and the search of priorities of smart specialization? Is it possible to involve the people we need? So how can we try not to forget someone? This should be a certain communication and information component in this question. And how could we work with our universities or institutes for them to understand the importance of the participants in similar processes on the search and implementation of smart specialization in the regions? And I would be happy if you add a couple of words about the Academy of Sciences, what we faced there. Because it always seems to me there's a huge layer of issues, because if we used to speak about the involvement of the universities, at some stage we forgot about the involvement of the line institutes. Though at the stage when the region was involved in the process, they tried to connect to the institutes of the Academy of Sciences which are in the regions, or maybe not even in the regions, but kind of attached to this or that topic, because recently some of the priorities could have changed. And not always the Institute of Academy of Sciences is in the region which selected this or that priority branch for the search of smart specialization. Look, when we began to prepare the amendments to the decrees 931 and 932, we tried to Google what smart specialization is, and there were not that many links in Ukrainian. We could see only English language sources. And now there are lots of our leading scientific institutions who have joined this topic, and you will see more or less rather spread and longer researches about smart specialization. For instance, at the central level, we are trying to involve the majority of well-known leading scientific institutions. When we've prepared and are preparing the methodological recommendations, we instantly, during the first stage, we sent it to the National Institute of Strategic Research, then Institute of Economy and Forecasting of Gates, Mr. Gates, then the Institute of Regional Research of Dolishny, and all of the institutes responded, and they were ready to cooperate. And later, after we saw the answers, we began to work with the regional state administrations because they've got some practical experience. As for how we could work on, well, really, we need to think through the mechanism, how we can deal with them at the regional level, the level of the invitation and inclusion into the working group if they gain such knowledge. Because just to try to some of the scientists, well, no, we need certain people with certain skills and knowledge. And for that, during a certain period of time, we need to deal with such a work, how to train people, how to make them aware, how to define smart specialization, how we prepare the projects, what experience can be found in other countries, because there's no such huge bulk of knowledge at ours and in the institute as well. But I can see that the topic is becoming more and more popular. Now there are lots of theses written, the scientific articles are written. This topic is already developing in Ukraine, though 2 years ago it used to be the whole deficit of knowledge. That's true. Thank you, Tatiana. Yulia Bezvershenko, will you join with your comment? Yes, sure. First of all, I do agree with Tatiana that the involvement of the local stakeholders, including the scientists and academics, requires moderation of such dialogue. The first stage is awareness. And I really liked how our colleague from Poland, when she told about the hierarchy of their coordination in the process of smart specialization, she emphasized in the end that it is so important to have this permanent communication during which the people are getting acquainted to each other, getting used to each other, sharing information. So it's important for the process of the regional development of smart specialization to form the pool of people from different spheres, scientists from the scientific institutions and higher educational institutions, the representatives of the businesses and the state, who would, during the communication and meetings, spending n hours of the discussions, are beginning not only to understand better what they can invest into this process, they begin to understand each other better. They understand the way of thinking, and during the process they are gradually becoming the ones who can gradually implement that together. This is not the trivial and not the long work, because it's nice that the Ukrainian economists have started this wording and they began to write in Ukrainian about this topic, but undoubtedly it's important for the representatives of different sciences who could be involved in the creation of the essential part of the implementation of smart specialization, the development of certain articles, theses and researches and innovations, for those people to take part in this dialogue. And undoubtedly it claims from them, as they are beginners, this investment of hours of those communications. For it to take place, of course, we need moderation and facilitation of this dialogue at the places. Undoubtedly, we also need, as I said, it should be at the national level, at the level of the government, some political leadership of one of the ministries could provide this championship as it used to be in the presentation, or some policies at the level of who are taking some of the political positions, and the same should be at the regions. Someone should be the provider who would permanently gather the stakeholders. They maybe will never understand each other first. They won't see the full set of opportunities, why it's interesting and why we need to invest time. The scientists are more interested to do their work, especially if they don't see any profit from this business. And the business would like to earn in the short-term perspective, but to invest time and efforts into conversations, well, lots of people are perceiving that in a bad way. They are not ready for that. So we need some people who would provide this work, for people gradually to understand that the value added of all of that can be created by them, even under the conditions when the state offers a very restricted functions of the political and financial support. At the level of the region, we can provide such synergies and teams in the process who would be very self-sufficient. And it can emerge only under the conditions when people understand that locally and will involve others in this dialogue. I'd like to answer your question about the involvement of the National Academy of Science. It's important at the national level and at the regional level. The detailed understanding of the stakeholders who could be useful. Because from the perspective of the national level, we understand that science and innovations can be born in some of the institutions, and it's important for all of those organizations to be represented. At the region, it's the same, who in fact can be useful and be involved. This is the understanding of the stakeholders map. But for the Line Institute or any university with some of the powerful and skilled scientists to be located in some other region, well, it's interesting. And we should consider the experience of other countries, not only Poland, but at the level of Ukraine. It's important for the scientists who are involved locally, or business, or the state, who understand that it can be a priority, and they can see that the experts are not there in the region, but altogether in the whole country we can find such experts, and we can involve them in the communications. Because I think that in Ukraine it could be a powerful point that we have lots of scientific trends represented. We can have powerful scientists in different regions, but thanks to that cooperation, we can sew together the regional cooperation. So It's important to think and analyze, not just to say that we don't have them, so we'll forget about that. We should pose the question whether we can find such people in Ukraine. This homework is very important, not to stop within certain restrictions. And the last point I'd like to mention. When you, Rostislav, are asking, you are using the wording the Ministry of Education. And this is what's important. I'm the promoter, to say properly, of education and science. I'm not trying to bring you up. I would like to hear to have the proper understanding in the discourse. Scientific institutions are important, but the higher educational institutions are the places where science is generated, the staff reserve and potential is formed and shaped. Those are the people who will provide this smart specialization. They will have to develop it and implement it at the level of the regions. It's important to understand that, and it's important to emphasize that, because only with the help with this synergy, we can create something which will be working not only today using the existing resources, but we can also program the future as within the developments of smart specialization, we will understand that some university will and some of the curricula they are having, they can be a bit obsolete because such market, such need do not exist anymore at the regional level. And altogether they will be able, that there is an interest of the business of the state to develop a different direction. And this is the future around which will consolidate the real smart specialization of the region. Thank you. Thank you so much, Yulia. I'd like to add from my behalf, it would be also important as for the scientist who is working in the Academy of Sciences in the certain institute to see that in some of the regions there is the practical development of the topic he is working on. And it should be a kind of an experiment for himself to be involved, to try. Even if he's physically not located in that region, the today's conditions can give you an opportunity to be involved at the place where there is certain development and discussion. Dear colleagues, we have only a couple of minutes left. So I'd like to give 1 to 2 minutes to Ms. Kasia Kaczkowska and Mr. Ramoyus Reimeris for the final conclusions, if you don't mind, dear colleagues. So, of course, the certain approval from you, because I'd like to get it. In fact, I understand that we have 3 ministries involved and 3 different visions how the coordination center can work. We had an idea that everything could be tied upon the coordination center at the prime ministers about the regional development. The vision of the Ministry of Economy was that they will launch the coordination center with the participants of the representatives of the regions, and it will be attached to the Ministry of Economy. And the proposal from the Ministry of Education and Science to create a separate coordination center for it to be mobile, for it to create the topic of smart specialization, but also to be under the coordination of the Vice Prime Minister, to go beyond the coordination of one of the ministries, for other ministries to be at the same level of involvement. So as we've got 3 ministries and 3 different visions, I think that it would be reasonable, because I am as a moderator, I would say that we could provide some working meeting and to discuss that issue, but I think I can see that all of the 3 proposals are well thought through from the point of view of each of the participants, and they are totally equal, they totally have the right for the implementation. But now, to conclude, I'd like to give the floor to our colleagues from Lithuania and Poland. Ms. Kasia Kaczkowska, first, if you don't mind, let's begin with you.
Thank you very much. I definitely wouldn't like to be put in a position where I have to select the best idea. I think all of the 3 ideas are kind of worth considering. And I think they have quite a lot of advantages. First of all, it's really good if the coordination center is kind of pretty high level in order for all the ministries and the agencies to see that it's first of all an important issue, and second that it's high on the political agenda as well. So that's always important for a democratic country and for the administration to acknowledge. I think, however, if you form a completely separate new institution, there is a question of sustainability, whether you do have sustainable financing for a new institution, and that is always costly. So I think that's worth considering, like how much resources you have in order to maintain this kind of an institution, and how much staff will you be able to devote, because a center that is inside an institution may of course also benefit from the resources and the staff that is already inside the institution. In the Polish case, we actually agreed that the center would basically be based in the Ministry of the Economy, but this is definitely not the only possible solution. And I think, like, regarding your operational and regulatory framework, there could be various issues. But I would really take a look at first of all the kind of the connection to high level on the political high level politicians to kind of like keep it visible and really able to coordinate other agencies, first of all. And second, whether you do have resources to actually form a separate new entity in order to coordinate smart specialization. So that's just two things that I would like to highlight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kasia, and I would like to invite Ramoyus for a couple of theses to hear from him. We started with you, and I think it will be reasonable if we finish with you to wrap up today's discussion.
Thank you so much, Rostislav. Now I have to finish fast because we're running out of the time, so I'll try to be quick, not to hold everybody up. First of all, congratulations for a wonderful discussion, for wonderful presentations. Thank you very much for all the speakers. Thank you very much for the translators, actually, for doing this tough job, actually, to translating this kind of a specific language, and the translation was perfect. So first of all, I am very happy to see the different ministries, different stakeholders talking about smart specialization in actually very high level way, meaning that the smart specialization is getting very strong roots in the different institutions. And it makes me happy because it means it's gonna stay within the agenda of different ministries and of course in the combination of that. So this is very important. The question about the coordination center, I think it's a crucial one, and there's no solution that could be offered easily because, especially for the outsiders, we cannot make this choice for you because there's so much internal dynamics within this solution. But maybe some possibilities could be explored, like instead of just having one center, maybe there could be some separation with the levels of responsibility. For example, if you make it too high level, it will be very political and very slow, but very powerful. If you make it too low level, it will be very agile, but it's going to be very disconnected from what's happening within the high politics. So maybe there could be two levels, like a super council, which makes strategic decisions, and it doesn't have to meet very often. And then there's agile group, which has a mandate from this strategic kind of a council or any other body, and it can work in a different agenda. So maybe that could be kind of alignment of different stakeholders, but on the different levels, and they are kind of stay interconnected. Another point that I wanted to make, listening to all the presentations, I think that still the discussion is needed, especially when it comes to the funding. So what's smart specialization going to be? I mean, because right now it seems that there is a research and innovation policy strategy in place, and smart specialization is making slowly but steadily its entrance into the scene. It should be very good that smart specialization would not compete with the existing research and innovation strategy, that it should become a part of that. It cannot be, it cannot replace it, because research and innovation strategy will be something of a broader, addressing more issues, more regional dimensions, many regional dimensions. But then if smart specialization strategy will start competing with the existing research and innovation strategy, that would not be a favorable position. So I believe that a slow but steady entrance without a competition should also be the agenda of this coordination center. And I wish you all the best luck with all the coming decisions. And I believe that European Commission and Joint Research Center will be very glad and very keen to follow and help you in the coming steps. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Ramois. Thank you, colleagues. I would like to thank once again. This was Mr. Ramois Raimerius, Economic and Policy Analyst from JRC, Ms. Yulia Bezvershenko, the representative of the Ministry of Regional Development, Mr. Viktor Podorozhny, Director General of the Directorate of Regional Policy, and Ms. Kasia Kaczkowska, representative of S3 team from Poland. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for the time that you have made for today's webinar. Thank you for your high-quality comments, presentations, answers. And after today's panel, I can easily say that I'm strongly confident that the situation in Ukraine has drastically changed. And this has happened primarily due to your active participation. So tomorrow we'll start in the morning at 9:45. Even at 10 o'clock, there will be at the beginning, we will have two topics: elaboration of S3 in Ukrainian regions. We will be seeing what's happening in separate regions, what's being done with S3, and also the involvement of higher education for smart specialization. This is a really broad issue. We have selected it to be a separate topic for a panel because we believe it's really currently topical to raise this issue. So good luck and see you tomorrow.